Hello, Billy the Artist here, back with another how to draw lesson. It's been a while, but today we're going to be doing Captain Jack Sparrow. Anyway, it has been quite a while. I have missed doing this. It has been incredibly bonkers for many reasons. Anyway, I hope all you guys are fine and well, and we will be doing the drawing. But do remember that there are lots of how to draw lessons. There are some very simple basic ones. We have, obviously, the nice and easy how to draw Olaf. There's things, all the portraits. There's lots of cartoon characters, Toy Story, all those kind of things. But there's lots and lots of portrait videos using those basic techniques, and you can learn to draw. Like I say, I have the trusty 2B pencil. We will be going through everything on how to draw, and hopefully, again, it's just been a very crazy time in the last couple of years from 2020 to now. Anyway, for everybody, but I still have lots of work to do, but I want to do these lessons and I want to have fun encouraging you all to draw. I want to demystify drawing. Please do use the hashtag drawing with Billy. I will get some more videos of your drawings up on there, and again, hopefully I can get a lot more done, and there will be some simpler videos as well and some freehand ones, not just these full-on portraits. But again, we have Ariana Grande, we have Spider-Man Tom Holland, we have Iron Man Tony Stark, played by Robert Downey Jr. These are great videos, and there's lots of others. So we do have Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson, and then the whole Harry Potter series, where there's lots of Harry Potter characters. I want to do more of those, and so many other possibilities. Again, I am just going to do the drawings that I would like to do, and there's shed loads. So thank you for enjoying the tuition, and we will get on with the drawing. Now, again, people keep on asking about the dimensions, and I always put the info of the dimensions at the beginning. Now, so if you check the banner here we have an A4 piece of paper. Now, there is a grid, and this helps you to build the drawing up. And this grid is 2 centimeters, 20 millimeters. This is A4 paper, which is 29.7 tall by 221 centimeters wide. So that's 210 mil by 297. And the grid is every 2 centimeters. Now we have A to J and 1 to 14. Now again, I've done this in pencil. You can see this. It is a bit faint, but here you can see I've got just a piece of paper with it drawn on very dark using felt tip pen. Again, check out the video in the description and in the cards for how to lay down this grid. And there's a video showing you how I lay out this grid completely for the lesson. Now, this grid helps, and old masters used it, current artists, world top artists use a grid. There's nothing wrong with it. People go, oh, it's cheating. No, it isn't. You can freehand draw. There's lots of freehand drawing lessons on here as well, where I use cartoon characters, which is how I learned how to draw way back when I was a child, many moons ago. Now, the thing is I use a grid because it helps, and it helps you to put things together. Now, again, I also have how to draw anything, how to draw literally anything, from a bird, a bee, a flea, a tree, a horse, a house, or anything else. That's what I say in the video. Again, link in the cards and in the description to that particular video. It's only about 20 odd minutes long. Ignore the background music, but that's now had more than 1 million views, and it's helped a lot of people. And again, just using shapes. So we're going to use the shapes to build up a drawing. I just want you to have fun. Enjoy your drawing. Enjoy drawing the things that you want to draw. I started by drawing cartoon characters and film characters, and that's what we're going to do. But now we are, with the trusty 2B pencil, going to get in and start drawing. And I'm going to use the grid, but also put these shapes in. So you can see how you can just go into the grid using the grid to just draw the outline down without using shapes. And so it's been a while. I'm just getting back into this. But I use the shapes so that you can actually see how you can build a drawing up freehand when you get more and more confidence. But as with Olaf, using a grid actually helps, and you can build up the shapes. But I will do more videos, quick freehand drawings. They're maybe half an hour to an hour maximum. But we're going to start with drawing Jack Sparrow, and we're going to put shapes in. So you can see here on C3, this is a bit like the game Battleships. So here we have this kind of bone thing going through his head. I mean, he's just covered with stuff. There's so many bits and pieces. So we can kind of do Battleships, and we can see there to the left of the D line above the 2 that we've got the mark of this bone that comes through, and then it comes down here, and on the B line just underneath the 4 it's going to come down, and then we want to draw. This is just a long rectangle. It's like I say, it's like a pencil. So this is a long rectangle and a simple shape. Now this comes up, and between the D and the E it curves around, but I'm just going to draw a box for now. So you've got this simple idea. Now some people say, oh, draw it a lot darker. So, but I'm drawing the basics down. I draw this line on darker than it needs to be. You can draw your grid on a lot lighter. So I do this just so that you can see it. So there's the bone, and coming down here we've got a little rectangle, which is that bit of rope, and then we've got another little rectangle, which is the rope going around, tying it into his hair. Here you can see the side of his hair is like a triangle, just a nice simple triangle. So you can see just a triangle there built on the top, and then again just a curve going over the top. You've got like a little cheese piece there, a little cheese wedge. And we're just drawing shapes. So again, down here to the side of the F, we are coming down to the 4, and that's where those bone kind of trinkets are. A little circle below the 2, little ellipse, and little circle for the top of that bone, and the top of that bone. But I can't, if I draw on really, really hard, you won't see everything that you need. Now, see, that's already down way too far. So the bone comes halfway, and we've got an ellipse for the bottom of the bone. And then we have another piece that comes down, and I want a little rectangle coming through the 4 line. And that then is split into 3. And then we've got, dead on the right hand side, we've got this little kind of triangle shape for that bone. And then on the centre, we've got this last one that comes down underneath the 4. And that is that bottom part of that dangly kind of trinket bit. So again, here now, from the F, we've got a diagonal line coming across to the G, and then we come out, just you can see a little curve coming over, and then we've got a rectangle coming down, again, below the 4. And this comes down to about halfway in between 4 and 5. And we draw that line over, and then we want this curve coming right the way round, and it comes up to join below C4. And then we've got a line coming down for his hair, and again the top of his bandana that goes out and over, and we can see that little pyramid shape at the top there, very flat pyramid. Then we come out through the G, and here you've got a little triangle, and that hair comes back in. So he's just got the top part of his hair and his bandana and the top of his head appearing. And then here to the right of the G line between 4 and 5, we've got this flick of hair coming out. And that's the hair that goes off. And then we've got I mean, there's just so many shapes. It's just bonkers. There's going to be a lot in this. So, and people have asked for Jack Sparrow for quite a while. So I'm going to come across, and we're going to come underneath 6, and we've got the bottom of his nose. So we've got a little V shape with a flat part at the bottom. And then there's a rectangle. And then I'm going to put little, there's a banana shape. That's to the dark of the underneath of his eye. Got a little rectangle for his eye. And then we want just a little semicircle. That's where his eyeball's going to be. Now his right eye is in between E and D. So again, we've got this kind of banana shape. I'm going to draw a rectangle at the top, and then another little semicircle, which will be his right eye pupil. Little line coming down. Now we've got shadow shape, so you've got a kind of triangle there, light shadow, where his cheek is. His cheek comes down, and we can see here we've got this X on the side of his face. That's going to show up. But we've then got this braid that comes all the way down to the 9 and touches the D. So we've got this, like the bone, we've got this long, slightly wobbly rectangle. And then coming down between 9 and 10, little diamond, little rectangle. And then we've got this feather that comes down between the 8 and comes up to the 6. So again, just draw a rectangle and a triangle at the top, line down the middle, and then the bottom bit of the feather coming onto that braided bit of hair, the blonde bit that comes down. Here we've got if you just draw a little ellipse, and that's that little trinket on his hair there. And then we can come down, and we can see that the braid is kind of in the centre. So we want a rectangle coming down to the 11, and then it comes across, comes over to the 13. So there's another rectangle, and that's that braid. And then rectangle at the top. Now, here we want a rectangle for his moustache. And using the grid, it allows you to start anywhere. So it's more like a parallelogram, this is. So you got rectangle there. And then again on the left side of his moustache. That appears there. Then you want his mouth, which is kind of on the third line, the centre of his mouth. Got a little V for the top of his lips, and then just a nice curve semicircle shape, and that's the bottom. Then you've got a little kind of cup shape, mug shape coming down, which is going to be the beard part. just drawing a rectangle over E and F. That's the bottom part of his beard. And then here you can see, and it goes through the D7 line. We've got his jawline and a little thin triangle going up. And then between F and G, the bottom part of his beard, a little parallelogram again going off. And the side of his face. Now again, coming down to the F9 here, we've got this braid again. So we've got a long thin tube like a straw that comes down, and then we just need that to curve a little bit through those two squares. And that's getting there. Like I say, we're just building up using simple shapes. So again, here with all of these trinkets now, we've got a long tube coming down to the 8. Then we can build that up in between, and down here on the 9 we've got an ellipse, little rectangle there underneath the 8, little circle, rectangle with a curve at the top and bottom, rectangle, that's right on. See, that needs to come over a little bit, that rectangle does. Then we want an ellipse. And then a long rectangle, a taller rectangle, and then another little kind of square shape. Again, there'll be a swirl in that, but that's later. That's when the detail comes in. Small kind of square, then a rectangle, and then that goes underneath the hair. Again, next to that, we've got a long tube again, and that comes all the way down to the 11. And that's that braided bit of blonde hair with a point that comes just underneath the 11. Some kind of shape underneath. And then we've got his dreadlocks that come out to the side. Now, that comes down. We've got a big triangle over to the 10. So we come over to the 10, and you can see how you've got this triangle shape. But then you've got long threads of the dreadlocks. And so that comes down, the big thick one in the centre comes down to below the 13. So we've got the ends there, and that's got to go just indicating the shape. And then the same thing, so this comes down to the 11. That's where the secondary one is, and then you've got the outside one. You can see here straight away his left shoulder coming out below the 7 over to the J. You've just got a nice simple triangle. Then you can higher than that, and then you've got his top of his shoulder. You've got a triangle there. Now you've got his waistcoat. We can just bring the edge down of the waistcoat as that comes down. You've got the belt buckle. So you've got his amazing belt buckle. So we want the belt that goes in and comes up underneath this braid. So this is between the 8 and the 9. So the belt comes down underneath the 10 through to the centre. And then the actual buckle itself, we've got a rectangle, but then we've got shapes inside. So we've got a couple of little rectangles and a circle and a triangle, and that will allow us to create the shapes afterwards of the belt buckle. And then that comes round the edge, the metal, the top part. So we've got a little circle, and then a rectangle that comes down, and you can see here the centre of the belt that comes through. And there's another rectangle shape. And we can build the outside of the buckle. So again, we come down, you've got this, imagine this centre line coming right the way through, and it mirrors what's on that side. So here you can see we've got this kind of diamond shape. And then we've got a little circle, a little triangle, and that's going to match that side. And the same on this side, just put a circle and a little triangle, and that's the belt buckle. And here we've got this thread that comes down of his hair, and you see how it comes out underneath. That goes right to the bottom. Then on the 12H, so H12, you can see here we've got a long rectangle, and that's the braiding on his waistcoat. And then the same thing on H13. And you've got 3 lines, so you can go above, and then you've got H11 just above there. We can bring another line down, and then we've got that rectangle for that dreadlock that's coming down over there. So coming off his beard now, we want coming down underneath the 9. So underneath the 9, just to the right, we want a little circle, little square. That's the end of his plaited bit of the left part of his beard, and then that just ticks around, a little kind of lower banana shape. And again, coming up, got a little V, but we want just that straw shape, and then just a slight C coming down, and then we've got a little rectangle, and another little rectangle for that kind of green bead, and then that curves underneath, and that's going to be the side of his right hand plait coming off his chin. And then we've got this little curve shape coming there out from underneath the belt buckle. Then on the 11 line here, we've just got a little rectangle shape for that light bit. Coming up on the 10 between B and C, again, little rectangle, little square at the bottom. You got that red shape, one behind. Now here we've got these curls, so there's a D shape but a triangle coming at the bottom, so you can see you've got the front of a D, and it just the key, so you can see it swirls like S's, C's and S's, and that curve goes up, and you can build it with shapes. So here we've got a little triangle that goes up to the 7, and then a little rectangle, and you can see how it's going to build the waves up just using those shapes. Now again, the hair on the right side, which is going to frame everything, comes down to the 7, and we've got just indicate some wavy shapes. But then you've got his shoulder and his waistcoat on the right hand side, and that comes down through the 10 and goes up to the 8. And the dark, it comes out, and we want that line going all the way down there. I mean, this is all going to be dark. And then on the 12, we've got a little rectangle with a circle underneath. And then this hair comes down. Again, you've got that nice blonde bit of hair. And then just, simple curve shape going there. And then his right shoulder through the 10, you've just got a triangle shape there. And then behind, you've got a rectangle for the dreadlock going off the back. Now that already is using the grid just to put simple shapes down. Again, you heard me mapping everything out. It's very, very simple, but that gives us basic plotting. Now I'm going to go over and do an outline, and I will press on harder so as you can actually see a more detailed outline, and you can go straight in and just do the outline, literally going kind of dot to dot, but this helps you build up your hand and eye coordination. Just going to sharpen the 2B pencil, so I've got a sharp point. I'm now just going to use a piece of paper so that I don't smudge everything as we now build up the detail line. Now again, using the grid, you can go straight in and start the detail. You don't have to do, and I might actually do a video where I just start the detail straight away, the detail outline, so you can see how it is. And I might even do a video where you can't see the grid, but it'll be there, so you can literally see how you can get the drawing down. Anyway, so I'm now going to start, and we're going to build up the detail on our good Captain Jack Sparrow. So we're going to start, and this is just below the C4 line, to the right of the C on the 4, and we're going to do is bandana, and you can see how it comes across, and it comes across just above kind of halfway point on the C, and then it just below the halfway point, sorry, the C, on the D, and then over to the E. Then we come across to the F, and we're still going down, and this is like its lowest point, about a third. And then we're going to start to come up, and then over here towards the G, and that's the halfway point. Now I'm doing this line very, very dark. You don't have to. Again, I might do a video so that you can literally see how I do well, you just look at the time lapses that I do, and you'll see me laying the outline down very, very carefully and lightly, not as dark as this. So check out any of those drawing time lapses that I've put up of my full drawings. So now we're going to come out, so this is like 3/4 of the way over, just above the halfway point, and that's the edge of his bandana. Now we're going to go up to the 3, and it's still to the right. It's going to come down. That's the edge of the bandana. Now we come up between G and H above the 3, and we've got to come up and across, and that's the curve as it's following it around his head. Now as we come up over the 2 between G and F, we come up to that bone kind of trinket that's draping over the front of his bandana. Now on the 3rd, that just drops down a little bit behind the bone. Now we've got this little kind of woggle, so we've got a little horizontal comes through the F, and then we just want a little kick up following that line, and you can see how we come over and we touch the D line just above the 2, and it comes down. And that's the main outline shape of his bandana. Now again, there is a lot of detail in this. We've got all of those flowers. Now I'll probably come back and we'll do that at the end. There's a lot of detail in this image. It's going to take a bit of a while, but I'm just going to get the basic outline down first, and then we're going to indicate those flowers on his bandana. Again, if you check out there how to draw KSI, he's got an interesting bandana, and that took a bit of a while. But again, using the grid and using simple shapes, you can master any complex image. And again, it's amazing to see young people do this. Now again, between the D and E above the 1 line, we've got the top of the curve of the bone that's through his hair. So it's about on the 1/4. So we've got 1/2. So that curves round and then comes down to the D line. Then we just want a couple of curve shapes, and that's the string on the bone that's tying it to his hair. Now just, yeah, it's pretty much on the, we've got this little, so imagine just a very slight D shape. We've got this little rectangle, and that's this rope coming out of the hole in the top of the bone part. And that's the little bit of string that curves out. And then we've got the little circle that's underneath the one, don't go anywhere near the top line. And that's the shadow that's inside. Now, we curve down and we follow this line that we've built up, that we put down, and we put this long rectangle in, and we're now going to follow the line carefully, looking at the reference, and again, the reference image will be on my community page on my YouTube channel and also for the patrons, so that's good. I didn't say you should become a patron too. So we're going to come down, and C3, the edge of the bone goes right through that. Now we're going to come over, follow the line trajectory down. We've got this little triangle of white here below B4. And we want to come out and through to about halfway. And we curve around, and that's the front edge of the bone. Now again, we follow down from the top. And we come down following the drawing line that we put down. We've got a little bit of hair that actually comes across. So we can just indicate that and bring the edge. Now, hair, we're going to do the outside part of his hair. Well, we've got a little C shape here first. So from the string, we can bring that down to the centre. You've got that light part that's going to show up. We've got the hair that comes down. Draw hair if you can in the direction that it grows. It's more natural. And you'll have heard me say that in many other videos. Again, check out like Ariana Grande when I do the section on her hair. And we follow the curve down, comes through the C line, got a little triangle there, and then it's not dead straight again, so we can just kind of wave the line as it comes down. We need to come underneath. There's a little triangle of light there between the B3 line, and then we come down to where the bone is, and then we just curve through, and that's on about the third point. So you've got a C shape there as the hair comes around, and then light wispy bits coming down. And already you can see we've got a nice darker outline showing up. Now again, here we've got this triangle shape, and this is the parting in his hair. So that comes across below the one line, and then we come across to the F. You've got all that dark that's going to be underneath. Little triangle there of light. Again, we've got this pyramid of a little kind of hill. It's not a pyramid. A pyramid would be much taller and sharper. And then that comes across above the one where it goes through the F, and just comes through about on the third line, curve across through the G. Then we've got this triangle here, curves down and comes inside. So the hair's got to go inside the bandana. Otherwise, you know, whatever it is, it's got to be coming in here because the bandana's holding it down. Then we want this nice wispy hair coming out the side. Follow the C curve, you know, C. Imagine the hair coming down. It's like a C shape there, and it comes out underneath, comes across, and it's about on the halfway point going through the H. And then we've got these wispy bits. And then we've got the dreadlocks. I'm just going to sharpen my pencil. Now, there's a lot of complex shapes. So here, coming down to the G6, we've got the side of his cheek going up into the bandana. So we come down just to the right of the G line. That comes down and then just kicks across, and it comes through the third above the 6. So that's his cheek coming out, and you got that nice dark line coming down, and then this comes down just to the right between F and G, and his jawline comes under, and it comes about halfway. So his jawline's actually lower because right at the edge of his chin you've got this hair of his kind of strange goatee beard. Now we want this curve just inside the F. We're on, it's not flat, it's coming across slightly diagonally. And that comes across and then goes up below. It is about on the third, then you've got like a slight darker shadow, and we can follow that shape. Again, it's not a dead straight line. Skin and flesh and bone and muscle isn't dead straight. So if you draw a straight line with a ruler, like these grid lines, it isn't. It's got to be more organic, and there's all strange shapes on our Jack Sparrow. So again, we curve, and you can see it's just above the D7 line, and then it kicks up. We go up. I say it's not, the hair's dead in the, it's not on the third and it's not in the centre, so it's just to the right of the centre line, and his cheek goes up, and then you've got this braid. Gosh, there's a lot in that. Again, it's just as it goes up to his bandana, that's where it's quite dark, and that's the shape of his skin formed by his beard and his hair around the outside. That's quite a nice simple shape. Now we come up, and I won't do his face just yet, I've just got that shape in so you can see. Now we're going to do the bones. We'll start from the top, and right on the 2 line to the right of the F. So you've got the centre, we've got this little circle, little ellipse. And then we've got the shape of the bone that comes out. We've got an ellipse at the bottom of the bone. We've got a little, could be a button, that little circle. Little tie that goes round, and then dead on the 2 line we've got another little tie strap, and the bone comes up above the bandana. That's about on the 3rd. Little knobble at the top, again little, you see that's like a heart shape there at the top, but the bone comes in rather than finished off, so you got the top of a heart. Nice and simple. That makes the shape for us. Now you've got the red bead just on that to the right of the centre line. Now you've got these 3 kind of little stone things in this rectangle that we drew. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. And then we want this little bone shape here. And then we've got this D shape kind of bone. Again, we can build this up. It's on about the third line, so we need to just correct. So there's that little kind of D triangle shape, and then we've got a little circle, and then we've got this. It's like a, well, it's a long rectangle, but it's got like a Y shape at the top. It's got this little Y. Literally just drawn a Y there. And we can draw the edge down that comes down through the 4. That curves underneath. And then go out. It's like a kind of flower of ours shape. And now you can see we've already got the nice shape of the beads coming down onto Jack's bandana. Now again, we can put this crease line in. So in this little square here between G and H underneath the 4, we've got the crease line there. Then if we come up between, that was below 4 and 5, but we come in between 3 and 4, we've got another one that goes diagonally. Again, you can use the reference of the little shapes that you've got on there. Another little crease underneath. And if we come over on this side, we've got the edge of his hair. You can see how it comes down here, comes behind, and that gives us the shape that comes down. So you can follow the hair coming through the bone, and then that comes through the 3 line, and then comes down to the C4. And then we've got 2 creases here that come across underneath the 4 line. Kind of a little softer one on the 4 line, between 3 and 4. Kind of just below the centre. And another one above, and then coming between 3 and 2, that goes up through the centre. And there's a lot of our shapes already for the top part of his head. Now, again, there's so many interesting shapes. We'll work on the outside and then come in. So we're going to do the wider shapes first, and then we'll do the detail on the inside, like kind of come across. So I'm going to follow this dreadlock down. So to the right of H between 5 and 6, we've got the dreadlock again, just like through the bone. We come down, the shape comes, cuts through on about the 1/4 point on the 6 line, and then that comes down just to the right of the centre line, and then that's going to come and hit the I8, and that comes down even further to the 9, kind of on the centre, and we're into like dark shadowy bits here. Now we've got a darker line, so that comes up through the 8 and joins on, and then that dark, so we've got this light part that we can see. So right on the I9 we've got some light hair twisting down, so we need to just leave the paper. I mean, you can use paint or Tipp-Ex or correction fluid to put your highlights on, or pastel pencil, but I try and let the paper shine through. Now there's the shapes in between of the hair, that white part coming down between 10 and 11. Now we want the dreadlock coming down between 10 and 11. curves, and then going up next to the big central thicker one. And then we've got all the cross hatching to sort on there. But anyway, I'm going to sort out his shoulder coming down to the eye, and you see it just, we've got the triangle, but you want this fabric to flow and fold. So it comes down and you got a couple of little bumps, and then it jumps up, goes across and goes right through the J, and then the shoulder goes off to the edge, and then the curve of the waistcoat comes down between J8, curves, comes right underneath to the 9, cuts through the J9, and comes off into the shadows. Now again, we've got these creases here, so just follow the lines and track them up, and they help. And again, we've got all of this patterning, but we've got creases in as well. This is going to take a bit of a while, and I just hope you're having fun, because I am. Just sharpening the pencil again. So now we are going to carry on coming around his hair, and we've got this lovely dreadlock coming down between G and H. Now this comes down over the 6, about on the halfway line. Again, it's kind of fuzzy, so you can kind of wiggle the line a bit. Again, you don't have to do the outline as dark as I am doing, so that you can see. And then we come down to the 9, and it's pretty much right on the H9 intersection. And then this just carries on coming down, and you can see it comes down. So we've just got like these funny shapes, but it's not a straight line. And we can see here between 10 and 11 that it's kind of on the 3rd and then just to the inside, so we can woggle that line down, and then down to the 12, that is on about the centre line, and then it comes down to the 13 on the eye, and then goes down into the dark. And then if we go back up, and it's just like some kind of giant tube, and it curves around, cuts through underneath. You can see there's just a little bit of a gap there between the eye and the 12 in that corner, and it keeps coming up, and then we've got a nice kind of little D shape there of hair in between those crisscross knots of the string that are tying. Then we come up, and that's just to the right of the 10 of the centre, right of centre, then comes up just to the left of centre, and it goes up on to about the quarter line on the 8. Again, just nice bobbly right up to the intersection of the H7, and then that goes up underneath the hair that just comes out on the front. Again, we've got these fantastic shapes that are coming down, just created by the dreadlocks. Now, between the 9 and 10 to the right of the H, we've got this string, and we've just got this shape. So you imagine the string going round. We've got a little diagonal there, a little circle, but then we've got it's kind of tied crisscrossed as it goes round, and then coming underneath we've got the cross comes over the top, and then coming down to about the 3rd line there, and then we've got another diagonal that goes over that D shape that we've drawn, and then that cross comes over there, And so you're just drawing the shape, so you're using the reference points of the lines and your shapes that you've already drawn. So again, below the 11 we've got a nice, so you can see just a simple X shape, and you can flesh out that string. And then again, down the bottom on the 12 we've got there a nice simple X, and that's the top line. And then down here you've got the line coming down, and then the X goes over. And that's the crisscross stripes on that braid as it comes down on his dreadlock, as it literally just comes down. Then we've got this one here, so right on the H line we've got a kind of end of a shoelace kind of shape at the end of the dreadlock, and then the dreadlock comes up. You can see how it comes up to the 8 and goes up underneath, and then we've got one coming down this way down to the 12 inside this rectangle that we drew here. So again, just drawing a kind of wiggly line shape down the edge of the hair, bit of a wiggle shape underneath, that comes down, and then you can see we've got the braid behind, so we've got that rectangle. This is this kind of silvery grey braid that flows behind his hair on his waistcoat. And that, so we've got that circle there, it's like that's the pin going through the buckle. So you can see we've got the pin that comes out. Just see, because it's kind of in line with that braid, you know, just the diagonals coming across. That does go to about the halfway point now, so that's good. Now we've got this piece of hair that comes down. You've got like some kind of tie end like you have on this bit. Some kind of leather, and you've got the white hair coming out at the bottom. And then you've got these shapes. So here we've got a nice oval shape of the hair. And then that twist goes up, goes just to the right of the G line on the 10. And this then goes all the way up, following this line coming up here. So I'm just going to wiggle this line down. Here between 8 and 9, we've got some kind of little bit of string, creating a pinch shape. And then that shape going all the way down. Again, on the bottom of this little disc at the bottom of this collection of beads, there's all kinds of stuff dangling underneath that we didn't put in the shapes, but we can add them in now. So now we've got the hair going up underneath the dreadlocks, and then we've got all of these interesting shapes. So if we start on the 6 line to the right of G, we've got that one that's got the swirls in. So we come down next to the G line, that just comes over. It's a bit of a little box, but then you've got this swirl inside. and the one above. Yeah, these are like kind of just rounded polished stones. You got that highlight, so I'm just indicating the highlight that you're going to leave just bare paper. And you've got a bead above that's a bit more of a rectangle, and a smaller one going into the hairline underneath. Then coming down to the 7 line on the G, we've got this kind of peachy coloured one. And then you've got that longer one above. And these are just nice curved stones and kind of like glass and gemstone type things. And we've got a little ellipse underneath the 7 line. Then we've got this little rectangle, which is a kind of little box. So you've got a little box underneath. Then we've got this silver shape. It's got curve at the bottom, curve at the top, and then you've got flat edges that stick out, some kind of shield on it. And we've got, if we come down onto the actual disc at the bottom, we've got the kind of clasp that goes over. That's got 2 lines, little rectangle. And we've got the disc that curves around, comes underneath the 9 line, then curves back around and joins the kind of holder. And there's a little kind of crescent moon symbol there. And then we want a little circle there. So it looks like a kind of wider bead with dark. That's the highlight on the top. So we've got an oval, and then we've got this tube of black with that great highlight up the centre. And now you've got more simple shapes for those beads. Now, at the bottom, we've got all of this kind of wiggly stuff coming off. So we've got 1, 2, 3 little kind of clasps holding on. Then underneath them you've got another little rectangle which has got that highlight on. And then you've got the dangly bits that come off. So down here, above the 10 line, we can see there's kind of 2 little rectangle shapes. Then a little oval there. These are like little chain links, one above, and then there's that chain link at the top. Then you've got one little chain link there, and then some kind of black bead that comes down. And then again, another chain link, and just some more that come down the side of that black bead. And then here we've got, coming up underneath the hair, the flow of the side of his waistcoat. That curves up and goes round, and that's the waistcoat going up. Now down here we've got the braid stripe, and that intersects going through the H12, coming over, and then on H13 you've got the very bottom one. And again, these kind of line up. You can see like the ends. So you follow just the kind of shape of the waistcoat over his chest. Just give it a slight curve. And then you want the line down the centre. There's all manner of dark lurking down there. So again, we've now got his left hand side all done. Now we're going to work on this buckle, this amazing buckle. So here we've got within these shapes that we drew, nice curves. So we're going to start at the top on the inside, and it's a kind of moustache shape, like a W. And that's the curve, and that comes over to the kind of halfway point, and then that comes straight down to the edge. And you've got the leather that comes through. And you've got the edge curving round. And the dark comes out on that triangle at the bottom, comes up to the 14 line, curve across, and then we've got, again, you've got a W shape. Can you see there? A nice simple W shape. And that's the bottom of the edge of the belt buckle. And then here you can see we've got like a figure 8. You can just see me drawing that figure 8 shape, and that's what makes that edge of the shape. And so we're then going to, you can see we've got a B on the edge, so it comes out through the G line between 12 and 13, back through, back out, curve around to join the top of that W that you drew, and the curve goes up to the point that goes through that holds the belt in place. And you've got the edge of the belt going up just to the right of the F line on F12. And then the edge of it curves, and then we go up, and the point, so the mirrored image of that up here is going to repeat over. So we've got to repeat what's down here up at the top. Now, before we go any further, we want to do the holes that are inside. So in this B at the top, got a little dark hole there. And inside this W, so we'll do the inside of the belt buckle. This curves over, down through the 13, down towards the F line. And this is just a V that matches. So imagine like a kind of, simple bird shape. The simple bird wings V. So you got the wing going over and then coming over to the side of the belt buckle. And inside we've got that shape. Again, you can see just like a nice simple diamond shape, but with curve rather than points, just curves at the edges. Mirror image on the left hand side going through the F line. It's very dark down here, so we want the curve to match that. And that's the belt buckle. Now again, there's some patterning on there and we'll come back and stick that on, but I'm going to just indicate where the shadow is. You can see it's like dark from this part of the belt going through to the buckle. Now, at the top, we've got, it's not completely mirrored, so we want coming through the E line, and we've got a curve going up to the 11, and then the point goes up through the F line, just comes down the outside. follow down, come through the 12. See, there's so many complex shapes, but just take your time and enjoy it. Just keep looking at your reference and your points. And you'll see what and where you need to draw. So that line comes out and goes up and joins there. Then we've got the rebates, the holes in the belt buckle edge. Again, diamond shape, but with rounded parts. The dark curve comes down. And then right there we've got that line, that little shape. The same on this side, just a dark kind of shape. But you can see the belt buckle starting to really show. Excuse me. Now if we come up, we've got to follow the line of the belt buckle, the belt strap, coming up just below that intersection on the E10, and the belt goes up, goes through the 9 line, and halfway through the D between the 9 and the 8. It just goes up behind that braid there. And here we've got a nice simple shape of the shirt collar. Comes down. And then here we just want that curve of the fold going over. And that's the shape underneath. And we've got this little shape coming out underneath from the belt strap that curves around, dark line over the top. Now we have these strange goatee plaits. So we've got the little bead there, little rectangle, that red bit underneath, and then the hair kicking out underneath. And we've got the shapes coming to his chin, and then this curves up and goes past the F, goes up his jawline where that braid goes up there, and this curves over, comes down the E, so you've got this kind of inverted V. But here you can see again you've got this W shape, nice and simple, and that's the goatee coming down the bottom of his chin. So just went that a little bit far over. So this is on the quarter line, so imagine there's halfway, there's a quarter. We've got that going up, goes up to where his jawline is, and then we've got the dart going off underneath. Now we've got these plaits. Basically, I'm going to start from the bottom here, and they're just ellipses, like a leaf. So there's one you can see going up, and then you do the top part. You've got like an inverted V, like a flame, the top of a flame going up. And we want another one, and then a final one going to where it joins. And again, there's others. Now, as we look on the right hand side one, we've got the little metal piece, the little green piece, and the curve comes down the bottom where it comes out of the bottom of the plait. Now again, the flame, goes up to just below the 9 line. There's your first flame of the plait. Do a little tick inside. Then we got the second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. And that kind of goes really dark there. Now we've got this plait that comes down here that we indicated just with this simple line. Now coming down to the 11, the F11, we've got some string at the bottom. So you can see I've just drawn a couple of little lines where the string comes off there. And you've got a V, simple shape there, and then it curves over. And we've got hair dead on the F line. And a little knot at the bottom. Then we've got these shapes of the braid going all the way up. They're just like little leaf shapes. So up to the 10 line there's 2, and then where it comes through here, about 2/3 of the way up, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 links. 1, 2, 3, 4. And another 2 going up to the 9 line. 1, 2. That goes through the 9 line. Then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then above the 8 line we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm just drawing little shapes, and that just is enough of an indication because you're creating an illusion with your drawing. So now here we've got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And that's inside his cheek line going up next to the beads. Now we've got those really nice bead shapes and the braid coming down. Sharpen my pencil again. Now I'm going to do the outside first, and then we're going to do the face last. Just because you don't have to do everything in a set order. Sometimes I'll literally start with the face, or you can start anywhere using the grid. It's that simple and amazing. So we are going to complete all of this very fiddly outline before we get to the face, the main part. So we've got this braid coming up with this kind of feather that's fitted in. So this is just to the right of C below the 6. We've got the feather coming down. We've got this upturned V, we've got the centre of the feather line, the spine coming down, and the hair comes around underneath. Feathers just to the right of the C, comes down below the 7 before it cuts back in. Then we've got the outside coming down, little wiggly S for the hair there. Then we've got a coming up to halfway between 5 and 6. We have this kind of wrapping, strapping around the hair. And here we've got this kind of X shape in the hair coming up. And then that goes off into the dark up to the lower part of his bandana. Now here we've got this lovely braid coming down, but before we get onto that, I'm going to do this disc. So here coming down between C and D to the 9, we've got this disc shape in the, it's below the halfway line, but it's just a nice simple ellipse coming round, and then you got that little bird shape again at the top. You got a triangle for that highlight, little highlight left there, and you got this kind of mouth that comes down. So there is a little kind of black band, and the blonde hair goes up past that little disc. Again, this is taking quite a while, but this is the most important part. If you don't get the outline down correctly, you will have all kinds of problems. So make sure your outline and your shapes are correct before you start doing your shading. So there's that little kick coming out past the D line between 10 and 11, and the hair, you can see how it just bends. And comes down into the dark to the corner on the 13. And we got this oblong then we got, again, like I say, just this nice banana shape here. We've got this banana shape of blonde hair cascading down. But here now we've got this braid between the right side of his cheek, this plait, sorry, not a braid, yeah, braid, plait, yeah, coming all the way down next to this blonde part. So we've got this kind of little ribbon at the bottom. Again, you've got this little diamond. And then shape at the bottom. Just some stripes inside that bottom part. And we've got the shape of the braid coming up. So here you can see we've got a little U. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, yeah, kind of 4. These are kind of different than the other ones. So you look at them again and you just figure out the shapes. And then you can literally do what you need. So I'm going to do, there's one, a bit like a coffee bean, that one is. And we got another shape, that's 2. 3, little triangle, then little shape, little triangle, that's the 4. And again above we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, nearly 5. So you've got the side, they're like little claws really. Little leaf, you see the little leaf shapes going up. So here now we've got, like I say, just a nice little V shape. Now we've got one on the edge. Shape there. Then as we come through the 6th line, we've got that kind of S-shaped banana type shape. Then we've got the start of the claw again. 2. And a long one that goes through the 5. That's dark behind. Now you've got just using those simple little shapes little V shapes, you've got the braid going all the way up. Now, again, we've just got some right down in the dark here. We've got a triangle, and then coming through, that should have gone down a little bit lower. Just going to rub that out. I'm going to do the lower one first. So, about on the third, on the D line, yeah, it's about there. We've got a triangle that comes through and goes back across some kind of part of his sash underneath the belt. You can just see the shapes in the dark. So now we've got this kind of little ribbon braid over between A and B on the 12. Got a little circle underneath. Then you've got this hair that's going, again, just like a nice simple banana shape. And you can see how that goes up. The hair from here coming behind the back, cuts through below the B and 11. Then we've got this long rectangle that's connected, again just some kind of braid that's going up. Diagonal for that silver, the red at the bottom. And then we've got the hair. So you've got this, so again you've got a D shape there as it comes round, it then becomes a C coming down to the 11. So there's your C joining onto the D at the top. And that's how you can draw these swirls of hair that cascade down. So there's your C becoming a D. And then as it gets higher up, it's just more wavy. And that's the wavy parts of his hair going up. Again, just looking, following the shapes in between the grids and next to his face. So now we've got coming down the side of his hair. We've got underneath that bone, you can see there's a dark shadow, whether it's another piece of bone at the back, looks like it possibly could be, coming down to the 6, and that's going to be silhouetted. But then we've just got a shape of hair coming down. Now we have his waistcoat coming down to the 10 on the A line, and then that just comes down into the shadow. Then we have shoulder, this line coming down underneath the A9, and that goes off. And we just got some creases. And that dreadlock going down off his back. So that's all his outer part done, and now we've got to do his face on the inside. So just sharpening the pencil, getting a nice sharp point. We're going to start on Jack Sparrow's eyes. So if we start with the left eye, inside the shape, so we're just to the right of the F on the 5 line. You can see we've got, so there's the centre in between the two. The white side is just inside the centre. So we need a nice simple U line. It kind of comes down and touches the 5 and then just curves back up. And we've got inside just that little V where his tear duct is. And you've got that nice kind of straight line going up over his eyeball, and then it kicks down to the white. And you've got the dark going around the outside, so we can extend that. It kind of comes to the third. Now, just to the left of the F line, you've got the edge of his tear duct. And then just to the right of the F line, you've got the start where the outer part of his iris is. And you want to curve that down. And it curves up, and you see you've got that triangle of white left. Now, we're going to leave, just putting a circle in there for the highlight, and I've just filled in the pupil a bit. Straight away you can see we have now an eye actually looking out at us. Now again, I'm concentrating on the outline. So we now have darker line just tracing underneath the upper part of his lower eyelid. Then you got this black hue, so you got this kind of black banana, very overripe banana underneath his eye. Or you could just say a slug. And that's going to be very dark, and that curves up. And it's just to the right of the centre line. And you can see it's in line with the centre of the pendant above. And that's with you putting your shapes in and then doing your detailed drawing line correctly. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying this. This is absolutely fantastic. So now we can see we've got to do his right eye. So you can see where his tear duct is, and it cuts across the E line. We've got this diagonal that goes up to about the third. And then it kind of goes flat. Over the pupil, and then kicks back down. Then we want this nice crescent, and it's above the 5 line of the dark of his lower eyelid. And that curves back up, and we got a little kick for his tear duct. And you want the dark line above, and then that goes right into the corner eye socket through the E and curves down. Now just inside the D line we've got the edge of the black of his makeup on his eye socket, but the top line needs to go out level past the corner of the white of his eye. That keeps going over, and then you get a little diagonal down. Then we can bring the shape down through the 5 line, and then the V comes up and joins E5. There's another little line, crease line underneath. Now I want the nice semicircle for the outer part of his iris. Then again, drawing a circle for the highlight, and then the dark of his pupil in. Now we've got the shadow cast by the top of his nose and underneath the bandana. That shadow goes over. Now we come down his right nostril is right on the E6 line. And that just curves down a little bit to the front of his nose, and the front of his nose, it's kind of flat, coming across, and then it curves up just inside the F line. And you got the side of his nostril goes up, and then the right nostril, you've got a C shape here. So you've got that C that goes up to about the third and comes over. And you can see we've got this fantastic highlight, but it's not straight, it bends with the shape of his nose. So that comes down, that goes up, and then you've got the shadow down this side of his nose, just inside the F line. We've got the curve of the shadow on the top of his cheek that comes over down through this X, so we can just indicate this X a little bit stronger now. Then his cheek comes down. They're just the nice simple shapes. Now here on this side you can see we've got like a nice big Y shape. That's his cheek on this side. See there, top of a Y curves down, and that's that crease line on the side of his cheek. Now the left hand side of his moustache comes right on the 7 line, and you can see here we've got to match him with his eye. So it's the rectangle we did was a little bit far over, but this is where you correct things with your line as you go. So here as it curves around, you can see we've got this D shape, and this goes up, so coming off from underneath his nostril, his left nostril, we've got, it isn't straight, it just curves down and then kicks over, and then from underneath the centre we've got it comes down over the top lip, comes over, and then curves around. His lower lip touches the 7 line, but it's not dead centre, it's more, the centre of it is here, kind of on the 3rd line. So you want that to then curve up, go through the E, up to the corner, then lightly that goes up and joins the F line. And then darken the line in between his 2 lips, and then here through the E line we've got this curve of the hair from his moustache coming down on the right hand side, and then from underneath his nostril it literally just kicks over, and you've got this diagonal coming over between D and E. You can see here pretty much right on the centre where the moustache comes down, so this side it's lower and comes underneath, whereas this side it's above the 7 line. We've got this little V shape. We can bring that up, and that touches where his lower lip is, of his lower part of his upper lip where the moustache comes down under, and then we can bring the curve over and that's the moustache in place. Then we've got these tufts coming out. Again, it's this kind of, it's a bit like a strawberry shape. And that's the goatee underneath his lower lip. And that's a really good outline. It's very complex, but that's what we've got done now so far. And we need to just put now on all the interesting detail, say in the bandana and the clothes. So we're going to put that on before we erase all the grid lines. Just sharpening my pencil again. Now we're going to quickly, he says, indicate all of these patterns that are inside Jack's bandana. So we've got all of these leaf patterns that are, well, just very simple, but we're going to do them quick. So if you want to do this absolutely photographic, you've got to spend a lot longer than I'm doing now. But this is where, so like I say, some of my hyperreal, if you look at Nathan Heaney, or there will be a time lapse of a drawing I did of Marcus Rashford, the footballer, and a lot, they were days, so literally 4 or 5 days drawing. So but we're doing this kind of quickly. So what we've got is, I'm going to start with this flower. So we're in between E and F and 3, and you can see we're just to the left of the beads here. So there's a little triangle. Now again, I'm drawing this just using simple shapes. There's a little triangle, but I'm also not drawing them very, very hard because I don't want them to be as black a line as these. So I'm just trying, so I've started with that flower in the centre. So to the right of it we've got, that looks like a letter, a capital E. As that carries on, we've got that kind of branch that goes out, kicks back. At the bottom of this E, it's what looks like a kind of leaf coming off the flower. So here we've got flower going down. And then another larger flower. So this is on the F4 interchange. Again, when the tone goes on, and we kind of detail this up a little bit more later. So here you've got what looks like a kind of little love heart. That comes down. And I'm just following where the shapes are, and it kind of fits in. You can see where it's just above the eye. Then on the F line, there's another little leaf. Another little leaf. There's a flower, little flower head. Again, this is just nice and quick. I'm doing these really, really quickly. Little oval shape. There we've got a line with little couple of legs sticking down. Again, that's just over from that leaf. Wiggles, just some kind of wiggly leaf shapes. Again, this is just to give an impression. I'm trying to give you the skills to create with a pencil. You're creating an illusion. As we come over now on this side, the pattern kind of becomes thinner as it goes around the corner and the light's on this side, but it's still there. So down here we've got a little leaf. That crease, 2 lines going off. A little leaf there on the G line. Going up past that knobbly bit of bone or ivory. So again, right over here we've got a kind of little heart shape. Again, I'm just indicating where I'm seeing tones, and it'll help when we come to do the bandana fully. So here we've got another large leaf shape, goes right across that intersection of F and 3, line underneath, leaf shape, nice little diamond type leaf. Two leaves on top of one another. There's another one underneath. Right on the intersection we've got on the 4 line, stem and some leaves going up. So now here next to this pendant we've got one that goes up through the F line and goes up through the 2, curves back up. That's just like a nice big stem. Wow, this is just absolutely fantastic. So here we've got a stem that comes off and what looks like a leaf, right in the centre. So kind of above the centre line, got a little stem that goes off, leaf above, heart-shaped leaf. There's that leaf right next to the F line. One that goes through. There's the 2 leaves. Kind of lines just going around. So you can see we've got half the bandana done already. And that's just a few minutes. So there's kind of nice big shape. And again, you can be as detailed as you want. Little kind of heart up there. Or there's a heart shape there. You just put a general indication like I'm trying to do. And when you focus on the eyes, everything will fall into place. And you'll see that as the shading goes in. We've got 1, 2, 3 little dots. Here we've got like a kind of lady's body with a skirt. Stem going up. Here we got lots of little squiggle lines here. And again, this is where on KSI's it was incredible. So here we've literally got a W. There is a W there. You've got lots of little paisley shapes, whereas this is quite leafy random squiggles. So here we've got a kind of bird V, squiggles going up. And then brilliant. And here we've got a little C shape, little wiggles, another one, heart shape. And we come down underneath the 3 line between D and E. Got a kind of little wiggle for a bird there. Then we've got 2 circular shapes there, squiggles coming off. One right on the E line. And you can see it's just all matching really nice. Squiggle for that leaf next to the flower that we actually started with. Now we're getting somewhere. That goes off. We've got a heart shape there in the centre. Some kind of little flecks coming off from it. I mean, you could literally just put lots of squiggles in and it would look kind of right. But if you just put them in the general place and direction where they are, you've got that impression that you're creating the pattern that's actually there. But here I'm just literally just squiggling, just putting some in, and you can see there's no difference there to what you can see over here. And it'll all build up as we develop more detail when we put the shading in. And oh, is that going to be fun. So here we've got some more leaf shapes down in the shadow area. A little heart shape there. Indicate some little squiggles on the side. And that's all the squiggles on his bandana in. Now, down on the belt buckle, we've got kind of what looks like paisley. So this is really like KSI. So there's what looks like a kind of paisley shape in the dark. Small one over the top. Now you've got a triangle there with triangles inside, and these will all be kind of highlighted. Kind of leaf shape. You can even see the patterning through and underneath the holes in the belt buckle. So again, the edge of the leather. We can put a second line going up. And then it's too much dark on this side, but on this side we can see again just kind of triangle shape. That's a bit like a snail shell, kind of heart, leaf shape. And this is just like kind of fine, nice embroidered cloth. So I'm just indicating what looks like the kind of pattern. So up on his shoulder here we can see we've got, there's a circle. It's a bit like kind of Aladdin's lamp, that is. And then the squiggles just go round and come down upon the shoulder. That is pretty good. That's getting somewhere. Now we need to erase the grid lines. So like I say, we've got all that down, and I'm going to be very careful so that I don't lose all of that detail that I've just put in. So this is just my standard Mars plastic thick eraser, just the one I've used for years and I really enjoy it. Now, because I've put the lines on so dark, I'm holding the page with my right hand and I'm using the paper to stop me from smudging it. But I'm just rubbing out all the big areas first, and then we can erase. Oh, it's tough. Bit of a workout, this is. Oh gosh, it is and all. And so I've cleaned out now around the top of Jack Sparrow's head. Now we need to clean kind of within the hair. But there's so much detail that you've got to be careful. This is why, like I said to you, this is going to be quite destructive to the drawing if I carry on using this one. But we have ways and means. So this is why I said to you, you do not have to draw your grid on as dark as I do. I just do that so that you can see it. So draw it on quite lightly, even use a 2H pencil or something like that. So I drew my grid with a 2B pencil. And this is as important to your drawing because you don't want these lines showing up underneath your drawing at all. Now, so far, he says, we're doing quite well. Now, I have a piece of card, and I just use this old big soft brush so that I don't sweep off, smudge while I'm sweeping off, just nice and gently, and then literally scoop it into the bin. I used to just brush it on the floor, I've said many times, and that's rather dumb. Anyway, this is a Mars plastic and a pen kind of eraser, and it just means I can get a little bit more detailed control. And I've also got an electric eraser. I'll probably be using that in a bit. But this allows me to get quite a lot of the lines out within the shapes. Without destroying the underdrawing. But it's vitally important that you are very careful at this stage, because you don't want to destroy all the hard work that you've done. Again, you can see I can actually remove, where necessary, quite a lot using this, even though it's relatively chunky. But you can get in the tip of the Stettler mechanical pencils that I use on my drawings, they've got a finer rubber, but as I've said, I've got an electric eraser that can allow really good detail. And then I've got a Tombow as well, and that's for really good fine highlights and fine areas. So I also use a putty eraser, which you can knead into a fine point. So I'm literally just looking around, seeing where I need to remove the lines. And it should help quite a lot. And this is actually, that's got quite a bit out. I hope I've just pushed that through too much. It's better. Now I'm going to sweep off again what I've just done. So I can see what needs to be removed carefully. So this is my electric eraser. Again, this gives me much more directional control, though that's actually smudging. So again, you have to be careful. So this is inside the bandana now. Just trying to remove as much of those construction lines so that they won't show up. So it's kind of easy. You can either do it a square at a time or a line at a time. That way you know that you've pretty much got everything. So here I'm just trying to remove on his nose and around his eyes, within that hair. Next to his cheek, underneath. That's pretty good. But a lot of the detailing up that we do and a lot of the shading will actually cover over a lot of these lines. But it's just helpful if you can get rid of them. So that one there, right up the side of his nose, inside the nostril. So, he says, last bit of sweeping off. And that is definitely a good foundation for us to build our drawing of Captain Jack Sparrow, as played by Johnny Depp in the Pirates of the Caribbean films, to life with shading. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed that. Next we're going to do the shading, and that's really good fun. Right, so now we are going to start detailing up our Captain Jack Sparrow. I have just noticed down here we need a couple of little lines. So anyway, you can see we've got all of this detail to do. Now what I am going to do is going to focus on detailing some of his face up now straight away. So we've got, and again I'm using the trusty 2B pencil. Everything I've used so far is just the 2B pencil, and the real brightest part is on his nose and his cheeks. So I'm going to just fill in all of these tonal areas around his face, just giving a key and a tooth of the colour. And you can see here we've got this shape that comes up from his right eye socket, so I'm just indicating that there. We've got the shape down the side of his nose, and I'm just doing this really quickly using the flat of the pencil just to indicate. Now again, you can do this rather quickly and leave it at this kind of level, but I'm going to show you techniques for shading and building up your tonal values. I'm going to focus on here, but the rest I'm going to do quite loose, because getting that outline down was really detailed and long. But this is where that's the most important bit, because now you're just filling in colour. You're filling in areas with tone, and you've just got to keep looking where the shadows are and the tones. So there's a light bit there, a light bit on his lips around here. You can see that little V. But I'm just going to fill in a lot around the face. And this is like the kind of first filling in here. You've got a light part on the end of his chin, the left hand side. It's a bit darker underneath. And I've not twisted the pencil at all, so the flat side is getting flatter. And obviously this cheek is darker. And you got coming down the nose. Going up to the eye. Darker patch going under. dark around the eyes. And again, I'm just using the 2B pencil, being quite quick and just indicating where the bulk of these shadows and tonal values are. Again, got a darker shadow underneath the nose, on the right hand side of the nose, darker again around the eye. Now I'm just filling, I'm not pressing on too hard, but I'm just filling in the iris, being careful not to go over the highlight. And already you can see Captain Jack Sparrow staring out at you. And that's literally a few minutes, seconds after all of that time, the good hard work of getting a correct outline down. And that's the most important aspect. So here we have some tone going in onto his moustache. And I'm literally still using the flat of the pencil, but I'm drawing the lines in the direction, the way that the moustache grows. And that way it just looks more natural. Increasing that dark underneath his chin. And now let's down the side of his cheek and his chin. And here we've got his beard. So I'm drawing the actual beard part kind of dark to match, and you can see already Captain Jack Sparrow is in the house or on the boat or whatever, the Black Pearl. And that, I mean, just even sketching like this, it's so good and quick, even with just a 2B pencil. You've got a really good drawing coming together. So here we have the dark coming down to the collar, and then the side of his neck, and then up his cheek next to this plaited little braid that comes down. Again, I'm using this flat of the pencil, creating the dark, but making sure the edge is soft and not crisp and sharp. And that is absolutely fantastic. So underneath the bandana, we've got this nice dark shadow that goes all the way across. And that dark from the eye socket going up. How amazing is that? That is truly lovely. So now I'm bringing the dark down, but not as dark as here, onto his plaited beard, because we've got highlights that we're going to pick up and then pick out using a putty eraser, and then darkening down with a pencil afterwards. Now here we've got darken that collar, but again we've got a little triangle of shade there. Shadow next to the braid onto the collar. And then here you can see we've got the shape of the braid, because the light's coming from this direction, making the shadow underneath his chin. There's the shadow from the braid. Again, just using the flat of the pencil. Same thing here. Got the shadow cast by the braid. Same thing here, going all the way up. Now again, I'm just filling the tone in. Whereas his chest is quite light, so I'm gently feathering that in. And this is just all the flesh part. Oh, that's fantastic. Shadow around that pendant at the end of those little beads, and then it becomes dark again up here. So again, I'm hovering, my hand is not on the page there. Now I'm resting my hand down. Just there's the crease line down the left side of his cheek. Just filling that dark up a little bit. Now we need shadow around the nose. On the left hand side, going up the left hand side of his nose up to his eye. And then the left hand side of his cheek. Now, you can keep it really sketchy like that if you want, but I use a little bit of kitchen roll. It's just a technique that I like to use. And then just fold it over, and I just smooth it. And you can see then gives you a lot of, well, it just smooths the tone of the pencil out a little bit and fills in all of the paper. Straight away you've got Captain Jack Sparrow really looking at you and doing his Captain Jack Sparrow thing. And it's just a case of building up. Now, that's really quick and simple, and you could literally use that as a finished drawing with the nice pencil lines around the outside. Now, if you draw the grid in lightly, it's easier to remove it afterwards, and you can, the lines look really arty. So that could have been a finished piece already. You just got a good arty sketch. So what we're doing is now going to learn, well, just carry on experimenting and growing and developing your tonal exercises. Just fill in a little bit on his cheek. And so you're literally drawing using the end of this. Now, you can use a blending stump. I'll be using one of those later. You can also use brushes, and you got a cotton bud. You can use your finger, but it does get dirty. So I say, to give you an idea of, nice soft transitions, and you see this, but Jack's a hardy pirate, but you can do nice softer transitions and just feathering the colour. So even here now, I'm literally just feathering some of the graphite from the pencil into his eyes, and the whites of his eyes, so it just calms them down a little bit. And that is absolutely fantastic. So now we're going to build in a lot more tone. So you can see, as we add more tone though to this image, we'll then end up having to put more dark in around our Jack. Now, the light's coming from the side, and the top here is brighter. Now, I've resisted using the putty eraser to pull out the highlights on his nose just yet, because we're going to get a lot more of the image in. Now, again, I said that we're going to do the rest relatively quick, and again, this is still the 2B pencil. So I've just filled in all of the bandana with that simple tone. And now you can see where all of those nice simple squiggles that we did really work for us. You can still see that detail in the bandana, and it's really giving you the impression of the pattern in the cloth. So here we're darkening down. If you squint, you can kind of see the shapes of the dark. This is coming into where it's really dark. And this is where it curves around his forehead down to the right hand side of his head. And again, I'm just going to quickly smudge, and it doesn't matter smudging over the beads a little bit, because we'll use the putty eraser to really pull up the highlights on the trinkets. So that's all of those. This is the first time I'm going to use the putty eraser. You can use a normal eraser, just have to be careful, but with this you can pull it to a point and you can then just accentuate the highlights. But so there's the one in the dark. And on So again, the thing with this is I can literally just dab, and you can see it's just pulling up some of the tone. So the front of his forehead on his bandana is that little bit lighter. Again, when we put the dark in of the hair, that will then give us a much sharper image of the tone on the bandana. Now I've just sharpened it so I've got a nice kind of sharper point. Now come in, I'm just squinting to, and you can see where the shadow comes over above his eye. It just gives me a longer flat point. To build up the tone in this darker area on this side. Again, here we got a little circle, little ellipse shape. And then comes down into this dark tone. Just building up and increasing. There's that crease. Just putting some squiggles in again because they've got smudged out a little bit. And crease line, shade underneath. Up at the top you've got a darker shadow over that little highlight that we brought back in with the putty rubber. Sharpen up the edge of the bone. And there, see, even that is really now lifting Captain Jack off the page for us. Just increase that shadow again. Again, you can do this. Again, you can see if you squint, like up the third there, you can see where the shadow needs to come round to give the three-dimensional form of the forehead of the bandana going round his head and across the top of his forehead. Again, I'm doing this really quickly, nice and fast. Pencil lines, so that you know I can get this done as fast as I can, but the longer you spend, the more detail and photorealistic you can actually develop your drawings. So again, got the creases on this side. Again, you've got all the lines on that you already put on. So to darken those down a little bit is actually very easy. And you can just squiggle over them nice and quickly because you've put them, and even if you do a little bit different, but the main ones being there, you can re-establish the pattern nice and quickly and simply. There's that stem that goes up. So that's the pattern. Reappearing on Jack's bandana at the front, going into the shade. Again, I'm just squiggling in the shade because we can't see too well the detail that's in there. Again, up here there was a W. We can just keep adding little bits, but this is nice and quick. Then coming off on this side, so again you've got some kind of stained shadow blotches in the creases. And it just gives you that authenticity. Now again, here we have the shadow caused by these trinkets dangling down. And it's nice, like I did with the cheek. It's nice and dark, but nice and soft, not a crisp edge with the point. You're using the flat side of the pencil. So now we're going to carry on. I'm going to just add some tone to these trinkets and bones on the interesting braid that dangles down the front of Jack's bandana. So here we've got tone on the left hand side of the bone, this little kind of button thing. We've got, so I'm using the sharp point shadow underneath, a bit of an ellipse, and then inside. And we've got kind of little leather strap thing, and the shadow right next. I'm using the sharp point to dig in, and I really like digging in the paper. I know you can get these matte pencils now, so you can get absolutely flat matte black. I quite like the shine, but that's personal preference, and that's the beauty of drawing. You can do whatever you want. Now we've got this red, little ruby red gem with a highlight on there, carefully filling that in. Then you've got another, looks like a bit of a tooth, little W shape there, dark coming down, then the dark on these three parts, and then so we've got a nice highlight right on the front, a little bit of shading to the left hand side, towards that side of the left hand side of his head, but then more on the right hand side of these little kind of grey stone beads, with a highlight on the centre one. It's kind of like a third. And then we've got this next kind of bone bit of tooth. That's got a shape that comes down. Then we've got another kind of ruby, nice highlight in the centre, so we'll leave that showing. And then we've got this interesting fella. It's got a dark edge on that side, but some interesting highlights and interesting tones. So we've got tone up the side, now I'm going to use, this is my blending stump. It just allows you to push the pencil around a little bit, just to smudge it and smooth it. And you use it just like you use a pencil. And it just gives you that extra flexibility, just nice and simple. And then come back in with the putty eraser. Again, I'm just indicating these nice and quick. Pull out the highlight on the ruby, then on that tooth, and the 3 little bits top of the tooth, that ruby, and then this bone at the top has quite a bit, but there you can see we've got that nice line delineated down the front of Jack's bandana. We can come back in now, and I'm really using the point of the pencil to increase the highlight, and you can use a darker one. I'm still using the 2B pencil right next to the shapes all the way down. Inside the softer bit that we did on the bandana, and there you've got that now physically resting on to the bandana, which makes it really good. Now again, I can just gently increase the tone. Just a few cross-hatching lines. And that makes the bandana stand out, and the bones and the trinkets. So here now you can see we've got a kind of crease line coming all the way across, halfway through there. And I'm using the flat of the pencil. And as you add more tone, you can see where you need to darken other areas. Right up to the top of the bandana. I've just done that a little bit too much, so just dabbing that off. But there, you can see it really is starting to come alive. So now that's a really good point, but we now need to fill in a lot of the rest of the area. Now there's lots of fiddly stuff, and I'm going to use the 2B pencil and then build up with the 4B pencil. And we can fill in the shapes rather quickly. Again, this is where the hair is on the top. You can see that I'm drawing from the centre parting. So there's that dark shadow right in the centre, and the line of the hair is going that way. So I'm drawing the lines in the direction that the hair would be brushed. That's a loose statement, I think, for Captain Jack Sparrow. Kind of mushed rather than brushed. It's very artistically dishevelled, shall we say. But it's still got highlights on there, but I'm not going to put the background in. We're just going to have this nice portrait of Jack. So when I did Iron Man, Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr. in Marvel, we put the full background in. But I'm not going to do that on this one. Again, we're going to have to really darken the hair down. But we can get a good idea using the 2B. And I just want to quickly get all of this in and down. So we've got the light hair coming off the left hand side of his head. We've got dark shadow underneath the bandana there. Quickly indicating just some of the dark lines. There's that little tuft that comes out. Now, over on this side, just nice and quick filling in. It's lighter at the top, his shoulder and the top of his waistcoat coming down. Now I'm looking at this and we've got that light bit. Again, I'm doing this really quickly. So we've got the dark of that dreadlock frond coming down. And then it lightens up here, but then we've got a little bit of a dark patch underneath the hair there, lighter on the front one, but again this nice soft texture of the dreadlocks. The flat of the pencil gives you a really good feel. So here we've got a little dark crease in the blue, but just coming down. We've got that lighter bit of braided hair coming down in between those two dreadlock fronds. Again, I'm now just swirling, just little circular motions rather than the straight flats, and you can see we've already got nice shape appearing. I'm doing the same kind of just slight crescent shapes. Imagine you're going round, because it is round, it's like a kind of cylinder. And that's what you need to do. So I'm doing the darker shape down here. I'm not going to go right the way dark to the bottom, because I think it's just quite arty to leave the edge of the paper like that. Again, this is all just the 2B pencil, and this is getting quite small. So now I'm doing just little circular motions, nice and quick, and that kind of gives me the texture that I want for that dreadlock kind of feel. Now you can see that is working really well. Dark right up at the top. Coming down. We got this one on the front, it's got quite a nice highlighted bit. So I'm literally just creating the shapes using the flat of the pencil, but nice and lightly. And so all we can do is literally work our way around the canvas now and just enjoy making the shapes and filling the tone in. And that's the joy of working with pencil, is you're creating an illusion, and you can see already that the dark here is now darker than the eyes, and that's what we've got to build up afterwards, and that'll make the eyes then really stand out. So again, I'm now building the dark up around these beads using the sharp point of the pencil next to this kind of blonder strand of hair that's coming down, that's plaited. Now we're back to the flat, creating that darker shadow. That little frond that comes down. Dark next to this long part. And that's coming all the way down. Now you could go black all the way to the edge like it is. Personal choice, but I quite like this sketchy kind of how it comes out at the bottom. Yeah, and that you can see there, just it's so enjoyable. Again, I'm filling in this area really quickly. Darker shadow right the way down. You've got those braids. Again, here there's, remember that kind of flower pattern. Now I'm literally just squiggling, I'm looking at the shapes and indicating just some kind of pattern. And that's all you need to do. Again, just filling in the blue. There, and we've got dark. coming down, surrounding this frond of hair. So now coming up here onto this dark, we've just got to soften the edge as that goes around. Again, I'm now just doing the little curved swirls, darkening the shadow on that side, and that's how you get that three-dimensional shape. You just take your time and carefully but casually fill in the shapes with the tone that you want. So now I'm filling in between the string that's tied around these fronds of hair. And then we've got these little bits to do coming down. Again, if you want to go totally photographic, you've got to spend a lot of time on this. It would be a day just on this. It would be immense. And that's a stunning thing. It's, you know, like I say, I've spent 4+ days on some drawings. But I love the spontaneity of just creating a quicker drawing. So again, I'm just using the flat of the pencil. Just to fill that up. There's the braiding. Now we've got this one coming down over the front of his waistcoat. And here we've got a highlighted part. But again, the dark, we'll have to make that darker, and that'll make that stand out. So that'll be a bit of a 4B pencil. Maneuver in a moment. But again, just being able to see that, you can see the darks, makes all the hair really stand out. Now I'm just coming in and quickly just erasing some of the pencil on those crosses and on that hair going up the side, and then on this one going up here. The putty rubber is great for this, so I can literally just dab and get the highlights on one side. And that's looking absolutely fantastic. So now I've got another 2B pencil in my pencil extender, and this is what I'm going to use now because it's just getting too small. I don't have the feel or control. So I'm resting my left hand just on top of my right hand so as I can use the flat of the pencil quite carefully, but I can get these marks in that I want on this lighter hair. Just nice little squirrely squiggles coming down into this lighter area at the bottom. And then we've got this incredible dark area where you've got this kind of leather or fabric toggle at the bottom. And it's the dark that will make the light stand out so much better. So now I'm using the tip of the pencil, and you can see we've got all kinds of hair sticking up and plinging down, but you want the dark in and around to make it stand out next to this lighter patch of hair that's coming down. And we got slightly lighter part there. And we come up to this lovely bit of jangly jewellery braid. At the top we need to just blend that in a little bit. And we got the braided hair next to it as well. But that's looking pretty good so far. Now we've got to come over here and do all of this bit as well. So now quickly we need to get these beads in. Now again, we're giving an impression. So darkening the hair down above it. But we've got this first bead and then we've got this braid down the side. So I'm darkening down but being careful not to lose the shape of the cheek line as we come down. Now we've got all of these shapes coming out of this dark. Now before we do go any further, I'm literally just going to smooth that a little bit. That's better. Now, before I do the actual trinkets, we're going to do this braided part. So I'm just going to sharpen the pencil. I can just swap over because we're going to have a lot to do. So here we've got the dark of his jawline. I will probably use, let's see if we get away with just a 2B pencil, but I might end up using a 4B just to increase the darks. Now we've got this braid that's coming down all the way to here, and we've got a little bit of hair there. And shadow here. So again, I'm using the sharp of the pencil to give me the edge that I want next to these elements on the beads and the braids in his hair, the little plaits, and then soften it in between. Now you've got these kind of leaf shapes all the way up. need to leave those just showing the highlighted edge. And as we come down, we've got the dark either side of the knotted plaits in the hair. We've got some brighter highlights at the bottom, then we've got the string. I'm just indicating the string and the hair right at the bottom. Flat of the pencil creating the shadow on his chest. There's the shirt. Now, just creating some little shade around the highlighted bits on the braids and the plaits, or braided plaits even. And then kind of goes a little bit darker up the top. But I'm just now pulling out those highlights, just that little bit on that plait. Now, up at the top, we're going to work our way down these trinkets on this braid coming down. So we've got a soft highlight on the top one, and a harsh highlight on the second, dark shadow underneath, and we've got the swirl one, then we got this nice toffee one underneath, the swirly one. So we've got a highlight right up the centre, like a Y kind of highlight at the side. I'm using the pencil very lightly. And then darkening that down underneath, just getting the shape nice. The dark of the shadow. And then just pick up the highlight a little bit. Again, to make the highlight stand out, you just want to put a little bit of a darker edge around. That'll make the highlight just stand out a little bit. And underneath we've got this red, peachy, well, not red, it's not bright red, but this kind of nice peach little rock. I'm using the flat of the pencil. Got the highlight on the top. A little bit of dark underneath. Then we've got this black rock. Again, there's a highlight right on the top. So I'm just going to clean the paper as best I can. bringing that dark around. Then we've got this little oblong, little box type shape. Nice highlight, soft highlight on this side. Just filling the shade in from the top, leaving that highlight showing. Now we've got this lovely kind of crest medallion. Two straight edges and curves on the top and the bottom, with a kind of shield inside. Just following the shape of the outline using the edge of the pencil nicely inside. Little triangle shape for the shield, shape inside, just little squiggles with the edge of the pencil. There you can see you've got that nice little metal shape. Then we've got strong highlight on a black kind of barrel bead. So do very dark next to the highlight, fill in that shape, and then we've got a kind of oval shape again. It's very dark with the highlight right in the centre. And there we have that shape nice down underneath. Now we're onto the disc at the bottom. So we've got the clasp over the top. Kind of using the edge of the pencil, you've got the shape of it if it curves around. You've got a little dark in the bottom, grooves going up, and you can indicate the metal leaving the highlight. You come down, we've got the same lower down, 3 little clasps that then connect to some kind of links. And those links have got little oblongs, but they are the ones with the strong bright highlight. So again, the clasps, put a couple of ridges in between. You don't have the strong highlight, so you can just indicate a bit of tone. Then we've got the links that come off underneath. Just a shape, another circular link. One coming down to these little oblong baguette type shapes. Dark shadow in there. Shadow underneath on the skin. Then we got a long rock type, again with a highlight on the front, a bit like this one up here. Now on this one we've got a clasp with a circular link. Again, another clasp. Just lots of highlighted bits. Again, I'm just indicating the shadow around them. And there you've got the shapes. So now the actual medallion disc. We've got shadow. I'm using the flat side of the pencil, where the hair is creating this shadow. It's darker on the left hand side of the disc. And then indicate that little crescent and the highlight coming round. Just increase the dark a little bit, going up that beaded side. And that's looking pretty good. So now I'm going to come up to the top. I'm going to use the blending stump. I'm just going to, because you've got this bone and it's just soft tone. So I'm just dragging some tone down. Again, up on the head part with the hole in it. Just indicating a little bit of tone. Now I come in, do the little bit of string that goes through. Then just some of the little scratchy details on the top of the part of that bone where it goes into Jack's hair, the string coming around. Darken that bit of hair down underneath where it joins the bandana. Now we come up to the top and we follow the shape of the hair coming down, and we've got a lot of dark. So here we've got a V shape, you can see a bit of dark coming down underneath the kind of bone that comes off. We've got the shadow, then you've got the hair just cascading. And above, now again, remember, keep your lines going in the direction that you would brush or comb hair, or mat it in Jack Sparrow's case. We've got the dark in the centre and that highlighted bit going over the top. Dark where it goes behind the bone top towards the centre parting. Again, this is all, I'm doing this really quick. You can spend a lot longer. The Ariana Grande, I spend a long time on her hair. So check out the hair section on that if you want a very in-depth lesson on the hair. The Ariana Grande. I mean, every single one that's got hair, there's a hair lesson. But you can do it to much higher degrees than this. Again, oops. Doo-be-doo-doo. Now, that's nearly kind of straight, so I'm putting the paper on there. That's a simple technique. Use the edge of the paper, and then that way you don't lose the detail that you've just put in. Where have I put my pencil? So, now we've got the dark coming down the right hand side of Jack's head and the bandana. Again, you can see the direction of the hair, that lighter patch, and we just now want the swirls go in the right direction. Got the dark. I'm just going to sharpen both my pencils. Now, I want to darken down this plaited braid and next to the feather. Again, I'm doing this really quickly and it's just such good fun. I'm really loving this. I hope you are. And it is an absolute joy and pleasure to be able to do this. I'm filling in this dark. I mean, it's just great, you know, you've seen now in a short space of time from the first pencil line to now, and it's just stunning. To be able to do this is an absolute pleasure. Doing the arts is a great thing, and it's so refreshing and relaxing. So again, I'm filling in this dark down that side of the braid. And you can see like these flower shapes. I'm following the curve, increasing the dark using the tip of the pencil. We've got a dark patch right next to Jack's head. We'll wait and see, but I might just do this completely with the 2B pencil. So I'm now softening that next to his cheek in the shadow that I'd already put there. Got a couple of little hairs coming out of there. Then we have the shadow created by shirt, and you've got the edge of the belt. Now we have this braid, these plaits, darker at the top, coming down. And you can see we've got these shapes. So I'm going to work to down at the bottom. We need underneath that medallion, dark, down to this ribbon. Now, underneath there, and we'll fill that in a bit. We want the top of the leather of that belt, nice dark, leaving a highlight on the edge. You can see it's just building up, but now, because all of this is dark around the outside, Jack's face is now not standing out as much. But again, when we add the more detail in, when I've got all of this outside in, might need a bit of 4B pencil. Again, we'll wait and see. But when we've got that done, we've got to darken up his eyes, his mouth, his moustache, his nose, and the chin beard. Now, here we have the braids. I'm starting in this kind of link here, the cross plait, down by the cross on his cheek. We got that shadow. And that goes up, and we got shadow there. We come down, and it just gets a little bit lighter as we come down. So below that shadow, we've got another passing shadow. And two dark ones down by his moustache. Again, you still, even though it's hair, so even though it's plaited, you still need to sketch in the direction of the plaits. So we've got the dark in the centres, coming down. I'm just twisting the pencil using the tip. Now we've got lighter, so I'm now following the shape of the plaits as it comes around, just sketching some little bits of hair. You can see where I'm leaving the highlights and they are showing up a little bit more. Now, coming back in with the putty rubber, and just picking up a couple of highlights on those top parts. Now, hair up here, we got these cross parts coming down. Actually, there's a big strong highlight in there that I missed. I'm not going to be able to... Oh, that's not so bad. So in amongst that plait, got a strike. That's his earring. Right inside that dark. Oh, that's good. I hope you're enjoying this. This is fantastic. It's just such good fun. You've got to learn to use a pencil. You know, you can't do, if you can't draw with a basic pencil, then that's it. You know, graphics tablet, computer games, anything. You've got to learn to do this. And this is what I love doing. I love encouraging you guys to draw. So anyway, that's the hair wrapped. This bit going up, coming down underneath. So now we've got the edge of the feather, just twisting the pencil, getting some sharp sides. You've got some dark coming out. And the same on that side. I'm just going to swap pencil over so I've got a nice sharp point for the centre. That comes down. Now, again, just like hair, a feather goes out in the same direction. So I'm literally using the point very carefully, very lightly. Following the direction of the spines as the feather light coming away from the spine in the centre. There's the dark. So that's the feather coming out, and then we come down to this disc. So now we're coming down to this disc. Filling in the dark. Got that triangle highlight, just putting the dark around the outside of that. Like I say, you got that kind of dark mouth shape there. It's like two eyes and a mouth. Then dark around the edge. That blue. Area, then we want the grey of the metal, but just leaving the highlights. As best we can on the edge. Now, here we've got this dark band wrapped around the hair. And the blonde hair coming down. Again, it's all quite straggly. You got the kick off there. The blonde hair coming down into the dark. It's kind of plaited but matted at the same time. So I'm just indicating where the hair cross kind of plaits are because of the blonde. It makes it the tones make it, the lines just make it and make it work. You can just be quite scratchy and quick. And when we put the dark around the outside of this next, or in a minute, it will show up quite well. So again, I've done all of that. Just going to come in with the potty rubber. Just dab some little highlights. Now coming in with the blending stump. Just increase the tone on the feather. In the centre and down the bottom, and then carefully pull the highlight up. And again, just dabbing now with the blending stump, and that gives me the tonal values that I need for the blonde hair. So again, in the bits that are coming down here, lightly go onto that little rectangle. Now here we have the dark of the belt, going all the way up. We need lighter tones, darker down the bottom, but you got this kind of lighter bit in the light edge. I'm just leaving that nice lighter edge to show. Now the shape of the buckle, we don't want to kind of go over onto the buckle, so I'm just carefully filling in down to the buckle. And again, I'm doing the lines for the belt in the way that the belt's running around his body and shoulder. And so we've got all of the dark. Again, I've now got quite a flat tip of the pencil, and that allows me to fill in quite a large area very quickly. So I'm filling in these holes, the belt showing through. Some kind of little, that's the actual belt part pushing through. So you got the centre spine, and then you got the actual prong that sticks through the leather and holds onto the clasp. So now fill in the dark in. And that's really good, and you can see where the light comes. To the centre of the belt. You keep looking at the reference and you keep checking, and then dark edge where the edge of the buckle comes to the belt, and you got that nice light, that highlight there. That's good. And the dark. Of the belt buckle. The strap going through the belt buckle as it curves over. So we've got this highlighted area, but a dark kind of triangle here. We've got the nice pattern that we can see. So again, I'm now twisting the pencil a little. I'm obviously going to swap it out. There's a bit of a sharper point on this one. There's some little dots. And like I say, kind of just some general patterning. And filling in with a lighter tone, the grey up. Just filling in carefully. Now again, you could really go to town on this bit. I'm just leaving some highlights just to indicate where the patterning is. Just pull up a couple of little bits and get the blending stump. And that's looking pretty good. So again, got the dark in the recesses of the belt buckle. You can just see how even, just filling in the shapes all starts to really pull everything together. Again, quickly filling this lower area in. right the way down to the blonde piece of hair at the bottom. And again, I'm using the blending stump and just pushing some tone around, even on this hair going up now. You can just work around the picture sometimes. And it just gives you, as you're working around, you can like, oh yeah, I can just add a little bit there or take a little bit away. So now on the belt buckle, I'm just pushing a lot of tone around. I've got a hole to fit in there and there. Now I'm just going to sharpen my pencils. So I've got a nice flat side. Got another hole, kind of like a little heart shape there. Replicate this on this side. Like I say, there's those two, have missed them there. And then we got incredible patterning all around this belt buckle. Highlight at the bottom, and it's just the engraved patterning. So again, I'm just indicating quite quickly, like we did around here, what that is. We've got the shape and the pattern. But if we just do it in a kind of impressionistic way, it gives you the idea of a patterned buckle. So more holes in the buckle. Now we've got darker sections with highlights on the actual buckle. Again, I'm just filling in very quickly, looking, seeing where I need to leave lighter parts, like around here. I'm just filling in tone. Just making the buckle fit in. I'm just squinting my eyes to see where the darks need to be. Now coming back in with blending stump. And that gives you the kind of just brushed metal. And you can see we're just filling in now, and it's all looking really good. So again, just coming back in with putty rubber, just pulling a couple of highlights up. And that helps give it the metallic look and that three-dimensionality. Again, just darkening the shadows on the edge where I need to. And down this bottom part. So now I'm just going to rub out the centre of that. Now we've got hair, we've got the belt. You can see we've got the belt continues its journey behind. That hair into this dark. Little twists in that little bit of hair that are coming out there. Now, again, just really quickly filling in these areas, just so that we've got good coverage. To build upon. So we've got a very strong highlight on this, so we leave the bright highlight on, just fill a little bit in at the bottom. Then we've got the little red bits down at the base of those, of that little pendant. Filling in that shape. The same now in between that bit of hair, but this one needs to be darkened down. So you can really see that Jack's face is now becoming less and less prominent because these aren't as dark as these areas. So we can go back in and build that up pretty soon when we need to. So again, now on the hair, I'm literally drawing it, following the wave as it comes down. The one's lighter going off to the side. Again, there's some darker ones that we need to bring in. And I'll have to get my Tombow eraser out to do some lighter highlights. But I can just pull some up with this. That works quite quickly and quite well. Hair cascading down over his shoulder. Just swapping the pencil out. So now I'm trying to fill in this blue bit really quickly. Now we got this lighter part. You can see I'm just being very, very quick. Just to fill in. The area as quick as possible. We've got this kind of pink part coming down. Just hair cascading here. And it comes into this dark area of his waistcoat. So now I'm really pressing on just to get the dark in. Again, this isn't overly detailed, but it's vitally important. And you just, again, you just fill in shapes, and you can see I've just done like a triangle. And just look where you are on the drawing to your reference. And then you can build the darks up that then give your image. There's a highlight there that comes off. And pull that out. More solidity. There's a crease in there. That can be darkened down a bit. We've got a nice cascading bit of hair there. And then the dark frames the hair and makes it stand out. That's really good. Again, framing the dark. You can see that's really giving us now a full-bodied picture. We've really got to build up those details. So the creases in the shirt around here, I'm just going to erase that going down the bottom. That's mega. It says we definitely need a bit more dark on this side. And down by this dreadlock. Again, I'm just using the blending stump, just pushing the tone around, and we can build on and add more detail as we need to. That's absolutely fantastic. I hope you're having fun, because I'm really enjoying this, and like I say, we're going to build up more detail very, very soon. Oh, just, oops, wrong end. Pushing that tone around on his shoulder, and then we got that darker bit going off the back. Just going to sharpen both the 2B pencils again, and now we're going to be getting quite excitingly close to the end. And so what we're going to have now is the detail appearing on Captain Jack Sparrow's face. And we're going to start with his eyes. Now, here we have the dark over his eyes, and just like around the rest, because it's so sunk back, so you can see there that his face is now thinner in comparison to all the other areas. And so what we have now is to detail up and darken his eyes and his nose and his moustache and the beard at the bottom, and it'll just really lift a lot. So I'm doing a nice dark edge, got a little angle going up over the pupil, and then it curves down on the outside. We've got a darker edge at the, like the outside of his black eyeliner, and then a dark line where it kind of folds, and then where the nose curves up into the eye socket, a little bit darker. But now I'm just filling in, not pressing on as hard, but putting dark in, because it's a little bit lighter, that bit over the top. Now, using the point of the pencil, just putting the edge of his tear duct in, the underneath part to the edge. Then we can really darken the outer part of his iris. It's quite a nice dark line. Be careful not to destroy that kind of crescent of brown at the bottom. And dark next to the highlight, don't go over the highlight. Coming down, and you're leaving that nice little crescent of light at the bottom. And there already you can see his left eye starting to really leap off the page. Dark line at the top of the lower eyelid, a little bit of shadow, and right in the corner, so as it's not a solid point. Then here we have dark line underneath the upper part of his lower eyelid. You got that kind of nice highlight there as well, so we don't want to obscure that. And then following this curved banana shape, it's not as black as above, but it's still dark, and we've got that shadow curving up to the corner, bit lighter. Again, we've got this highlight like we have at the very top as it curves underneath. So there we have the left eye done quite well. Now again, we bring the full curve all the way down and around. Just bring that shadow out a little bit, soften it right on the edge. Just nice little furry kind of soft edge line. Little bit of shadow at the top of the eye. White eyeball. Same on both sides. And I'm just going to come in with the putty rubber. Dabbing underneath the pupil at the bottom, the iris, where it's white. I've just dabbed the highlight right in the centre of the pupil. Then we've got that nice little bit of highlight on the lower eyelid, in the tear duct, underneath under the tear duct, and then just bring out that highlight on his kind of lower crease underneath his eye. Little dab on the edge there. Again, that's the eye, and you can see straight away in comparison to the right eye, that's now really striking. Now again, sharpening the pencil, so I've got really sharp point, just blowing the dust off. Again, nice and sharp point, so we can follow the lines over that we drew in at first. Come down to the tear duct, and that goes over flat. Just make that a little bit thicker, and that diagonal goes right the way out, right in the tear duct. The underneath line, and then that just curves a little bit. Again, using a nice sharp point. Now bring the curve down underneath. But again, the same thing, so we can darken up. And this is all still a 2B pencil. Looks like this is just going to be a 2B pencil on this one, which is quite surprising, but enjoyable at the same time. Just to show you that you can do quite a good piece of work with a very limited set of tools. Left the crescent there underneath and the highlight. So now we want that dark line over the top. That comes over and then just curves into the corner socket. And then we've got a dark line right underneath the kind of right eye bag. We got that curve, so we can now fill in the darker tone coming down into the corner, but you can see they've got a nice light patch here, so we want to just extend that shadow over to the actual corner socket that comes down there, and we can just darken that down a little bit, and darken, really darken, but not impress on as hard as the outer lines, the shadow in the upper eyelid. And again, we can just bring that curve down. And then we've got just some indication of his eyelashes, but it's so dark the makeup just covers up his eyelashes completely. Again, I'm leaving the highlight here like we've got on this side, just a little bit lighter. Just gently bring the dark round underneath. leaving the highlight. Now again, just like we did on this side, lightly shade the upper part of the white eyeball, and again the curve coming down, leaving the whites at the bottom. Now there is, right at this very bottom, a strong highlight, but we haven't left enough space there, but that's okay. I'm going to use the putty rubber, just clean up the pupil highlight. See if we can just, there we go, I've just pulled that out a little bit, do a little bit more. Oh, that's going to work. Here we go. So I'm pulling out the highlight between the lower iris and the lower lid. Now using a sharp point, just letting that little dot show, and there is that lower highlight. So now you can really see Jack's eyes staring out at you, and we need to darken the shadow underneath his bandana. Just to make that a bit crisper. Curve the shadow following the nose, so you can imagine that the line of the bandana is causing a slightly darker, but it's curved around the shape of the upper part of the brow of his nose. And we've got that slightly lighter shadow there. And we come down the side of the nose into the corner of the eye socket, and we come over, and you can see we've got a darker part coming right past that braid. Just encourage a little bit more dark there. Again, it's darker at the top, and then it becomes light as it comes further down out from underneath the hair. Now we build the shade up to the right of the upper eye socket, going up to his bandana. And then there's this little line that comes down here. It looks like it's like kind of like this cross. But we've got that in. Bring the shadow down. Comes above, diagonally above the centre of his eye. And it goes flat across. And just add a little bit more tone. Now, that's Captain Jack staring back at us. Again, this corner, just building the diagonal up a little bit darker underneath the bandana. And then we've got an extra shape, but it's just shadow around the black eyeliner. And we come right up into this corner, just a little bit darker. That's looking great. Again, same thing under here, we've got this slightly darker shadow. And we can darken the eye. We need to just darken down this side. But before we bring all of this skin together, like I say, I'm just darkening that down a little bit. So we've got this shape and form, softening the shadow edge right on the side, curving the dark underneath the bandana. That's looking brilliant. Now we're going to come to the nose. We've got the curve coming underneath the nostril. Then you can see it's just a C shape. I'm using the tip of the pencil but very soft. I'm not pressing on, getting a sharp edge. You see that comes up, and then we've got this little kind of triangle of shadow as the crease comes back over and comes into this like corner part between the flared part of his nostril and the point of his nose. And then you've got that shadow that goes up. You can see a kind of box, a parallel set of lines here. That's the shadow coming down his nose. Now, the actual nostril, going to increase the dark under the right nostril, and it comes down to the top of his moustache, and then the dark goes up. Now that's fairly dark already. The side again, just nice and gentle. You can see we've just got a little curved shape of shadow. And you can see that line is now much darker underneath. But we need to increase the shadow, the darker lines on his moustache. So directly underneath his nose. And then you've got light coming this side. So this area is pretty good. But we've got that dark shadow underneath going up to the centre. Again, you can be a little bit scratchy because it's whiskery hair. Dark again is this curve that comes under. You've got the shadow that kind of makes the point coming round. So you can darken that up a little bit. Now I'm just indicating some little whiskers. And they come down. That's the left hand side done. We can increase the dark in between his upper and lower lip. Shadow caused by his moustache coming down. You've got this V that leaves this kind of little triangle of light. A little bit of shadow at the top like we did with the eyeballs. And then soften it underneath the lower lip to the top where it comes out, and so you've got straight lines coming down on your lip. It's the kind of cracks in your lips, so we can bring them down, little triangle of shade, and we've got this lovely highlight right in the centre. Here we've got a little kind of U shadow, darker right underneath the moustache. Follow the shape round again on this side. We can just bring the shadow down a little bit. And that comes out. Now we've got nice dark whiskers at the bottom on the right hand side. So I'm just drawing nice dark scratchy lines using the point of the pencil, twisting it to keep it sharp. But in the way that the whiskers would grow. So again, come right up underneath the nostril, the right nostril. We've got some sharper dark lines. And that comes down a little bit lighter on the top. But then we've got the shadow caused by the moustache coming down and underneath, and that gives it that shadow that's cast like here, gives it its three-dimensionality, and you have to do that. So again, the shadow here caused by the nose, just build that up a little bit. But there, now you can really see Jack's face is all coming together quite well. It's really starting to look good. So now we've got this little goatee bit underneath. So we can see here we've got a horizontal line that we haven't put in. Little bit of shadow, And then we've got the whiskers coming down, just looking, just drawing a few. If you want to do them exact, then you've got to spend a lot of time, but I'm just giving an approximation and an idea. So that's the lip, and down here you can see we've got more shadow, but we're going to build all this up on the flash when we've finished this section. Now we've got the beard at the bottom, so we've got lots of, so I'm just going to be twisting the pencil, whiskers growing out of his chin into the top of his beard that comes off the very edge of his chin. So just indicate like growth whiskers going into the mass of the black beard that's then plaited to these two little points down here. And then we can come up, really darken, but then all the way down. So we've got a dark line down the edge, a little bit of lighter here, but so just leaving a little bit, and then it's all dark. From those lines. But again, even though I'm scratching and really pressing in, I'm doing the lines in the direction that the beard would grow. You know, you could do it sideways like I did the belt, but get used to doing your lines in the direction that things do grow or are brushed, and it just helps. And it becomes second nature. And it was just one of those things where when I was learning as a teenager to draw and just experimenting and learning, you don't think about them, you just make marks and have a go. But when you really stop and think about it, it's like, okay, what mark can I make with this pencil that will replicate and make people believe that they are seeing a beard, hair, a moustache, eyes? How can I get the tones? So again, I've filled in all of that, a bit softer up the side. You've got this little darker patch with a lighter patch inside it. So now I'm using the soft part, not pressing on as hard, but getting the dark and kind of flattening it down, the colour down, or the colour, the tone down. Now we're into the plait. We're coming down and we've got highlight on those two parts. So you've got the round one. It's got a nice highlight in the centre and the bottom one of those two. So just cleaning the page up a bit. Ready for the drawing to go on. Now, we've got these shapes. I'm just following the shapes really quickly of the plaits that we drew. Pressing dark on the outside. So you've got that nice dark black tone, and then we can just fill in and leave the highlight showing, just nice and carefully. So the shadow's a little bit darker down the outside. We can just fill some of the tone in. Again, do the same on this side, follow the shapes, those kind of flame shapes that we drew. And that is really good. Now we've got the darker side on the outside there going up, and you can see this kind of zigzag of light. And so I'm following down the zigzag, darkening up the outside, and then that just leaves that lighter part in the centre that kind of zigzag down a little bit. Dark down to the little metal bits. And we've got dark line in between the green bead and the grey ones at the top. Follow the curve round for the green one. curve in the centre, a little bit of shadow on the outside. Now we've got this red one underneath. Again, I'm just twisting the pencil. In fact, I'm going to swap it over. I'm just showing the curve. That needs sharpening. Yep. Sharpen the pencils. That's better. Now, got the red one, just build the tone with a little bit of highlight up. Now this one, we've got top half has got that highlight on. So nice sharp point, dark line, dark on the outside, a little bit of shade underneath, a little bit of shade on the top, but leaving that bright highlight on. Now again, got a little bit of hair coming out of the bottom, and that comes down, and then this one kicks out underneath the bottom of there. That is absolutely fantastic. So that's really good, and now what we've got to do is build up the tones around his face and his skin. And we can do a lot more, we can do a lot more detail, but you can see how it all works. This is all really loose, but because you focus on the face, that's where the detail is, and that's how you build up a drawing. So we're going to do the shade around the face and build up the tones to make it a lot more three-dimensional. You could leave it at that, but we're going to do one more section, and then it'll really pull it all together. Anyway, I hope you're having fun, because this is absolutely fantastic. Now we are coming in finally. I think this is the final section. We shall wait and see. I mean, you can obviously just keep working as much as you want, but we're going to build up the shadow now around the face to actually develop the three-dimensionality of Captain Jack Sparrow. So we want to build up the tone here. So here we've got the circular shape of his cheek coming down. You can see just like an egg shape, and you've got that little cast of shadow that comes down following his cheek line. So I'm filling the tone in, and it comes up, and you can see how you've got this tonal shape leading up into this corner, but that's lighter, and you've got this darker part here. Now again, you can really accentuate as much as you want. I'm using the flat side of the pencil to just build up the tone, and then you come down, and underneath this X we've got nice dark coming out from the where his hair joins the side of his face, but that comes down and then comes out. Again, you've got that curve underneath. And I'm just building up, and you be careful, just add a little bit at a time. You know, build it up slowly. You can press on a little bit, but you're using the flat, so you're building and adding tone. It's easier to add than it is to take away, but this is the beauty of drawing. So here now we've got, you can see you've got the shape, the C shape here next to the edge of his moustache, again going up to his cheek. And then we want a little bit more tone there going through the X, marks the spot. But you can see there's a light tone down here, and the cheek is darker just inside, and then the same thing comes down to his jawline, and you can see you can just leave that little bit of highlighted tone, a little bit lighter than the cheek, and already you can see that's now giving him much more shape and form down the right hand side of his face. Now, the side of his jaw, again I'm doing this really quickly, coming down to his chin, underneath. You see here we've got this plane of light, so we're leaving that to show. So you've got this shape cast around underneath his lower lip, but there's a shadow there and it's lighter at the top, so we can follow the shape of the edge of his jaw. Again, just think of an egg shape. You can see I'm doing that oval, and that's where it's just building the shadow up a little bit. And now underneath the goatee there's a little bit of shadow cast by the hair. Again, I'm just indicating gently, cast shadow by the actual whiskers in the same tone. And it leaves a kind of dappled effect. Now, come over on this side, we can build the tone up underneath the moustache, coming down the lip, underneath the lip. Then we've got on this side, so just like we've got the jawline here, we've got the jawline a little bit darker. You can see it comes up next to the highlight on the second one. So we can just build the tone up, and it comes down again using your reference. You can see how it comes over and you've got this Y shape. So that's the top of the shade. And again, you're using the soft of the pencil, so you're not getting a sharp scratchy line. You know, if I drew there, you can see sharp points, but you're using the side of the tip, and it's allowing you to build the tone up slowly. Now again, here we've got another ellipse. You can just fill that in lightly with some tone. And here you've got a nice patch of highlight that comes down. But we've got the line that comes down from his nose, and then it kicks over. And then this comes down underneath the left-hand side of his moustache. Just thicken the shadow a little bit as you got the curve on the crease. Darker. You got a little patch of dark going up underneath the left-hand part of his moustache. Then bring that shadow down. Increase the shadow at the bottom of the chin coming out of the goatee. Just nice and soft, leaving this patch of light here. Now again, we've not done any highlights on his face, on his skin, using the putty rubber yet, but we'll get there. So again, building the tone up on the side of the face. Now here we've got this crease that comes up and then kicks out right to the side. You've got this little lighter bit. You've got two kind of lines right down, giving definition. You've got this lighter part here showing up. So you just leave that, don't fill it in with tone. And that comes down. And again, we now come up and we've got another egg shape here, but I'm going to use just sideways motion, nice and light, backwards and forwards. And again, hold your pencil at the end like this and just sketch like this. Let it flow, let it bounce, and experiment making just tonal marks, and you'll learn different techniques and skills on how to make different tones and different marks that will develop your drawing skills. And you can then utilize them if you're drawing live, or anything, just doing stuff in your sketchbook. You'll just hold your pencil in a different way. So again, here we can see we've got this curve coming down of light that comes across to this rectangle of light here underneath. So we want to just carefully indicate where I want to bring the tone over to. Now already you can see that his face is incredibly now three-dimensional, whereas underneath his neck it's actually quite light, and we need to darken that down. But we'll get to that in a bit, and that you could literally finish and go, oh yeah, I'm done, but then, oh, where's the shadow here? You know, here it should be dark, and that'll make his face lift off even more. But I want to just get these tonal values in on the face. So you've got this line that comes across the bridge of his nose and then comes down and comes around underneath. Again, just darken it up little by little, and then you've got this diagonal light coming down going onto his nose here. So you've got this nice rectangle shape coming down of tone, but just a little bit carefully do the D shape here on the side of his nostril. Build the tone up a little bit more. And then we come down from the eye, just add a little bit of tone, a little bit of cross-hatching. That goes all the way up and a little bit next to it. And it just brings out. Now if you look, it's actually not white paper here. You've got a nice highlight here and a stronger highlight around. So I'm now very, very gently. Again, we keyed in the paper, so it's not plain paper. Very gently filling that tone in. Now we come on this side of his nose and it's much darker. But most of the work's done, so you can just cover the whole lot coming down. Just make it that little bit darker. And go to that highlight on the bridge of his nose. That's the strongest part. And you come down to the nostril and then underneath. So we've got a darker shadow following the curve, but I'm leaving a reflected highlight right next to the dark of the nostril. And then as it comes out on this side again, we want it a little bit darker, but not as dark as this side because it's on the light side of his face. Now shadow, you can see the line, I've just made it quite strong, so you can see diagonal. The light's coming this way, so we've got the shadow coming off his nose. Again, here we can see the diagonal line caused by the shape of his nose bringing the shadow down, but it's not as strong. You can see there's a bit of an S shape following the contour of his face and his cheek. But we need to build the shadow right up underneath, going underneath the nostril. There you go. Every bit that you add is adding more reality to your drawing. So here we've got the shadow line coming down on the corner of his cheek. Next to his moustache. Just building up the tone a little bit more. Again, you just add little by little and it builds up. Now, this cross on his cheek, I can actually make that a bit wider. I'm using the tip of the pencil because it's gouged into his face. And that now makes that really stand out. And again, you can see curve lines of his skin going over. So I'm just drawing curve lines, and that indicates the direction of the creases and lines in his face. Now again, one coming over, darker line right in the corner. We can increase the shadow that comes down in the corner of his eye socket and comes underneath his tear duct. Build shadow up into the corner. Again, it's only little details, but you can just build up slowly and carefully. Again, now next to the bottom of his chin, That's absolutely fantastic. So now you can use the blending stump. I'm just going to clean the end of it because it is quite dark. You know, you can use a cotton board or anything, but I'm now going to use the blending stump. Just like, in fact, I'll just bring the paper in so I don't smudge anything. Like you use the pencil. So I can see, you know, that it will soften up some of the lines that we've made. I'm not pressing on too hard, but it's giving me more definition. You can see there's a light bit at the top of his nose underneath. But I'm just pushing that pencil tone around a little bit. And it gives me, if you squint your eyes, you can kind of see the shapes of the shadows. Coming down underneath the eye socket. That's absolutely fantastic. Again, I've gone a little bit too low there, so I'm just gently dabbing. And again, that's bringing a little bit of life back. But then this dark down the side of his cheek leaves that highlight, just pushes it round. And on this side, dark going up. Again, I'm just building the tone up as I would with a pencil. That's really, really lovely. So now underneath the chin, and we'll come back and use that in a second. Now, flat of the pencil, we've got a lot of shadow underneath here. So I'm resting my hand on top of my right hand, so I'm pivoting from my elbow, not my wrist. So now we can see we've got this nice dark shadow following all the way down this braided plait. Comes down under the string and it's nice and soft and blurred. So again, this is why we're using the soft edge of the pencil. And again, this plait right on this side, we can bring the tone down underneath the pendant, and it just gives it a little bit more three-dimensionality, makes that stand out a little bit. So again, the edge of that is a dark line, makes it crisp, but with the shadow next to it, that now makes that stand out that little bit more. Again, the shadow on his chest coming over. Now from these pigtails coming off his chin, this one you've got the gap from the front of his chin, so we've got light behind, so you want to leave that light going up, but then it's quite dark underneath his chin. Now this is really going to bring his face forwards. And then again, the second one, same thing, we've got light when we go up into the shadow. Build the dark tone up. But again, we've got reflected lights here. So we want the dark coming off his chin underneath. Again, you've got this oval shape of light. And then right up in the corner, we bring the dark down, just carefully building it up, not going too dark too quick, so you can gradate the tone coming down. So there you can see we've got that shape creating his neck, and already you can see now those shadow lines are giving more depth to the face and more form and shape. So I hope you're enjoying this. This is absolutely fantastic. Again, we've got a shadow coming down off this one, just showing up nice shapes. Just adding some little tones down there. So that curve there, that dark. Then we've got tone building up on the collar. I'm using the tip of this now, but not pressing on and getting a sharp line, so that I'm getting the tone that I want increased and built up. Now we need to build a little bit more tone coming over from underneath the chin. Nice and careful. Now back in with the blending stump. Again, this is personal preference. I just like using these. And you can use a brush. Now again, this really softens out that tone, and it makes that shadow look fantastic from underneath. And again, same thing there, underneath the braid, that edge of the material and that plait, you've now got that soft shadow on his chest and that little bit of highlight showing up there. Again, softening up, darker where it's next to the plait, goes a little bit lighter and then darker underneath. So I'm really pressing down, and because it's so dark on the actual plaits, it doesn't matter because you're just pulling some extra tone off. And this is all done with a 2B pencil. This is fantastic. Ordinarily I'd use a 4B as well, but the fact that we've actually pulled this off with just a 2B pencil is amazing. So again, underneath the right of his chin, softening that shadow, darkening it, and then darkening right up the corner, pressing and bringing the tone down. There you can see we've still got that reflected highlight inside. Soften that shadow. Again, back up on his chin. Now again, this is now just little tweaks for me. But that is absolutely fantastic. Now, I'm going to come in with the putty rubber. In fact, I can see straight away, where's my blending stump? Just need soften the top of that nose a little bit. That was too sharp, but that's fantastic. Anyway, this is where now, hopefully, he says, it all kind of comes together. So I'm carefully dabbing where that strong highlight is on his nose. And then the same, that little V in between his lips, on the bottom lip. Then we've got the points in between, and then on the edge of his chin, then on his cheek, coming round. You can hear me dabbing, and it just pulls off the tone the little bit, and this then gives you can see that's really helping his face to lift off. Now I'm dabbing on his cheek, it's just kind of dappled a little bit. Then edge of his nostril, above the actual nostril. Just adding some little highlights inside on that side of his nose, because that's the lighter part. Then on this cheek, same thing, just dappling. And going over to where the X is, we've just got some little lines underneath the eyelid. Same on this side, little reflected highlight. And that's actually really, really lovely. And again, down on his chest, just dappling, not pulling off too much. Then on the medallion, just touching a few bits and just pulling up the highlights. The creases down the side of his face. But the actual texture of these putty rubbers allows you to do this. And that's absolutely fantastic. Now again, the last little bit, we're going to do a little bit more detail, I think. Now, these are literally last details. And all I'm going to do, like I say, you can do so much. You can keep going. I mean, obviously, if you wanted to do a hyper real picture of Jack Sparrow, it would take you a week, if not more. Realistically, you're talking a lot of hours. You know, 40 to 80, if not more hours. But what I'm doing now is I'm just looking and adding details. So you can see here that it's all light. And even though you wouldn't notice, I'm just adding just some directional lines following the shapes of the hair, just to build and add in some of that tone. Again, I'm just doing this nice and quick because that was a little bit light and it needed to be darkened down. So even here, coming off the edge of the bone, we've got this darker patch on the edge. So we can just add some lines, and this is just me finishing up a few minutes of little scribbly drawings. You know, we could have left it as it was, and that would have been absolutely fine. But I'd rather just spend a little bit of time. So here you can see you've got the shadow curve coming underneath, and it's nice and dark there. So I'm just crisping these little bits up, and it really makes a difference. So here we've got a bit of dark inside the hair, and just as when we put the shadow in on the face, it really started to lift up. When we put the dark in all around, that really lifted, well, it sent the face back at first, but when we put the dark in on the face, that then started to again lift it up. So now I've just put all of that in. So now, because we haven't got any strong sharp highlights, I'm just using the blending stump, and that gets rid of any of the white tone, so it allows the sharper highlights to stand out. So here on his earring, just pull that up a little bit, and on this feather, so even on the feather as well, using the very sharp tip of the pencil, I'm just indicating the lines of the feather as it comes away from the central spine, darkening that edge down, Now, this, I'm just looking and following what I need to do. Again, darkening, so all of this needs to just come down a little bit on the tone. Softening the edge. Again, this is where the blending stump is brilliant. That little rectangle. And again, this is all done with the 2B pencil. Which I am genuinely surprised at. I thought I'd have been using the 4B, and you could have done, but it's just good to experiment sometimes and just try doing something with one pencil. There is one I did of a zombie using a zombie pencil. I didn't even know what grade it was. It was just a simple drawing to have a go. So again, everything down here is a bit darker, and again the edge of that hair, so I'm building the tone down, softening the edges as it goes into the shadowy area. Again, just drawing nice and quickly. And this is what makes drawing real fun, because you can decide when you've finished. If you've done enough, if you're finished, is it time to stop? Again, this hair at the top, to make that highlight stand out, I'm now just making sure there's no strong highlights behind. And to make the bone stand out, I've just softened all of those tones up there. But it's hair, and hair does have some highlights in, so just going back in. And that's the thing, I've not used the Tombow eraser, I've just used this one. That's a very thin eraser, but I've not used it on this one at all. Again, limited materials makes you a little bit more creative sometimes. So again, you can see how now, just by me indicating some highlights in the hair, it's giving you the form and the shape. Just by dabbing, just builds up a little bit of more tonal value. Again, on his shoulder, just highlights on the fabric as it curves across, and then as his hair cascades down onto his shoulder. And I'm just dabbing in the direction that the hair goes and moves. So again, now pushing the tone around right up on the top. Just need really increase some of the dark, and that'll make the bandana stand out a bit better. And this is all you do. You literally look around your drawing and you decide where you're going to work next and what you want to develop and which areas need a little bit more work. And you can do this for hours and hours and hours and days and days and days, but eventually you have to just say, yep, that's it, done. So at the back I've just indicated some of those highlights. Bit of highlight on the top and the side. So here, coming down into the left side of his head, we've got some darker lines in, really dark underneath. Again, no solid highlights till it comes out to the side. So just use the blending stump and then build up some of those textures. Again, the arm, just the highlight, got some shadow, just pushing the tonal texture around. So now I'm squinting, seeing where there's real dark on this side, inside these dreadlocks going up, just underneath there, a little bit, just coming down. And we want the darks to really push the drawing, the rest of the drawing forwards. So I'm following the shapes of these dreadlocks down, and again you can see there's a real nice dark shadow next to this dreadlock coming down, and again on the other side, and then by that little rope braid I'm really pressing on hard, just using the weight of my body. I'm not resting my hand on the page, just doing little circles now. And you can see you've got that kind of fuzzy effect. But now we've got it really, that's a bit straight, so I'm just fuzzying that up. It needs to darken down. A real shadow. Coming down. And that's literally what you do. You just build your tone up. Again, I'm just filling in some of these areas, but with nice thick cross hatching. And you think about the tonal shapes in an abstract way to frame everything else that you've done. So that now you can see that side matches this side in tonal value, and it just gives you balance in your picture. But again, I'm going to do, like I've done the full portrait of this, I'm going to do some different, I'm going to do some quicker ones that may only take 30 minutes to an hour, very quick. And but I might even do some like this, but just do details on the eyes instead, just so as you can see what you can do with the drawing and just be a little bit more creative. But anyway, I hope you've enjoyed this, because I've had a blast. I know it's been a long time. Again, down here next to this rope. So again, I'm now just adding some tonal value on the string around that dreadlock. And then here we've got the braid picked up on the dreadlock, and then the braid on his waistcoat. Little highlights. Bit more shadow. This is absolutely fantastic. Anyway, that is our captain, Jack Sparrow. I don't think that needs any more. I'm going to leave that. I mean, you can fiddle and faff for a long time, but I've had an absolute blast. Please do like and subscribe. Become a patron and you get these early. and advert free, which is fantastic. It's patreon.com/theartofbilly. But do share with your friends and enjoy, and share the time lapses as well. Anyway, I will see you all in the next video lesson. I know it's been a while, but thanks again. Take care. Ta-da.